Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Uh, as you can see, we have some little bit to talk about. I'm gonna talk at the beginning of the stream. A couple announcements. I have made a Twitter finally. Uh, kind of been procrastinating on that pretty hard, and I finally kind of just gave in and made one. So you know, regardless of whether you watch on Twitch or YouTube, feel free to go follow my Twitter. I'll generally post when I'm going live, and then probably when the VODs are published publicly on Twitter, and then it'll probably just be me randomly like retweeting and like just posting memes and shit of stuff I like. There's probably gonna be a lot of just likes and retweets for like streamers and VTubers, because kind of just is what it is. On top of just Lost Ark and just gaming stuff in general. So yeah, so go ahead and go over, go and give it a follow, so that way you can kind of keep more up to date. And I'll probably see about getting it a bit more stylized. But today we're gonna talk about just real quick something you can potentially do. I didn't do this for all classes. I only did it for classes I actively play that had any actual changes made to them that could potentially need for some adjustment of the of builds. I highly suggest that whatever classes you're playing now that you're pretty serious about, like not just your main but also like a couple alts and whatever, go and check the class balance patch. If you're watching this on YouTube, I've put it in the last couple VOD, but I'll put the class balance patch in the description below. It's in Korean, but you can Google translate it, and it's relatively you'll get the gist of pretty much almost everything. There was a lot of changes to it, to some classes, and some other classes they had changes, but stuff didn't change. I'm only going to really talk about, as you can see, Scrapper, Berserker, and then Glaivier. Glaivier, like, I'm only going to kind of passing give my impression on it, because I main Scrapper shock training now, and then I've played a Berserker for like weeks, as a Berserker technique, Berserker specifically. So I don't really, I can kind of give more of a insight on those and like what things you actually need to do now and optionals. Glaivier, I don't know enough to see like any of the other changes. The only one I could really tell of note is that there's a potential skill change, but we'll talk about that in a second. Just a reminder, this Thursday, May 12th, as long as they, like, I'm imagining this week we'll get a like lock-in date for the May update, whether or not it's coming next, like not this Thursday, but next Thursday on the 19th. Hopefully we do get a lock-in date. That'd be fantastic. Hopefully it doesn't get delayed. But my current plans is on May 12th. I plan on doing a card unpacking stream. I saved up all the card packs from the Guardian Raid event and all, and like from the login rewards and any extra ones I've come across from Adventure Islands and stuff. And I've just save those up, and we're gonna do like at the beginning of the stream on this Thursday, we'll do a big unpacking stream, as long as they haven't, as long as they haven't been like, hey, the May update, we're extending Guardian Raid event one more week, kind of thing. So feel free to come join. I'll do that at the beginning of the stream, just to get it done. Well, probably not so much at the beginning, but yeah. So let's get into the real meat and potatoes. I spent some time like looking into loawa.com, and which is I'll also put a link to that in the description if you don't know. It's basically a website that keeps track of what players are like building on their classes, and at the end I'll give a quick like rundown on how to use some of the features to kind of like tell where things are going, because it is predominantly in Korean. They do have options to translate to English, but it doesn't always translate the full page, and so it kind of takes a little bit of like know-how on how to do it. But I'll kind of give a quick like show on how I use loawa to kind of just see how things are changing. But basically what you really want to do is you want to go to loawa, and you want to kind of like look at what people are using, and you can kind of adjust the item level for characters to choose, because some of the class balance patches that are coming really changed up builds either like drastically, as in like new skills that you're going to use, or different engravings or just tripods. And like anybody who's in tier 3 knows that farming tripods and getting them to transfer is kind of a bitch and a half. So we're just gonna start with Scrapper and work our way down, because I'm most like assured with like I know Scrapper shock training the most, so that's kind of like my main. The biggest thing you want to do if you're shock training Scrapper is you want to start farming focus tripods for your charging blow. It's literally the one change that pretty much any shock training Scrapper has done, because we're losing the ready attack buff on May 19th. Scrapper as a whole is losing the attack buff from charging blow and the attack buff from fierce tiger strike. And so charging blow, like the tripod they changed it with was like a small damage increase on enemies tripod, which, to be honest, as a shock training Scrapper, like your stamina, your tie abilities they're not really there for damage, right? They're there to give you more shock to then deal more shock damage. So the one change I've seen, and it was kind of one I was expecting, is start farming focus tripods. Like just change in your settings. Instead of farming for ready attack, just farm for focus tripods and then hold on to them. Like basically get a piece of gear or something. So like what I did personally is I have a I can show you this. I have a broken piece of gear. Basically I looked for whatever piece of gear had charging blow ready attack on it, and then I took a broken piece of gear, the one that you can't wear, that you just get from chaos dungeons in general, and I basically used the inventory system to transfer these tripods onto the pants, and then I swapped out on the broken piece charging blow ready attack for charging blow focus level 1, because what this lets me do is I can now basically use this to level up a focus level tripod. Like I already tried one yesterday. I got a +2 yesterday. It didn't like transfer, but you know, it lets you basically take time to build up this focus tripod so that way when the May update comes and the ready attack gets changed, you can just copy this tripod to this, like these pants, to the inventory, and then copy that onto the piece of armor that you're replacing the tripod for. And you can do this for all the tripods. Like if you have to change multiple of them, like you can do this for all this. You can do this trick because even though you can't equip the tattered pants and stuff like that, you can use the actual tripod system to transfer stuff onto them, so that way you can at least like try to collect up or basically like level up the tripod level, so that way when it comes out you can at least, like, I'm hoping to at least get like focus level 2 on it before the update goes live. So that's, if you're a shock trading Scrapper, that's 100% like what you want to do. You want to go and you want to change it in your settings. Again, real quick, for anybody who maybe they don't know, you can track tripods by going to your skill window, then going to settings, and then in the settings you can select which ones you want to track. And so here you can see I have unchecked ready attack and I have checked focus, because these little icons on the bottom are how you tell the game that these are the tripods you want to check. So that's just in case people didn't know about it. If you're not using that system, it's a really good system. I really suggest like using it, so that way you can, like, because it makes it a lot easier than having to go one by one through all of the armors to see like what you have, and then it just makes your life a lot easier. Potential changes that you could do as a shock training Scrapper is, I've seen some people dropping fierce tiger strike to level 8, since again, the damage buff that you would get from fierce tiger strike at level 10, the first tripod. Oh, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. You don't have that anymore, so they changed it for a damage tripod, which again, as a shock training Scrapper, it's really not like, you're not using taijutsu abilities for damage, you're using them just for the focus. So what I've seen a lot of them doing is they dropped tiger strike to like level 7, level 8, and then they took the extra points and they dumped it into charging blow, because you use that more readily off cooldown. So that is an option. Another option I've seen is that they would just drop crushing smite altogether, which is our third taijutsu ability as a shock training Scrapper, and then they would replace it with, I've seen someone replace it with Dragon's Advent level 10. I've seen someone replace it with Iron Cannon Blow level 10, and then I personally think that maybe Battering Fist could also be an option for more damage. This is purely like a damage change, because shock training doesn't really need more than 2 abilities with focus on it, to be honest. Like, you're probably going to be overcapping uh shock if you have 3, because the point is crushing smite and fierce tiger strike, we take the focus tripods on them and we level them. So having 3 of them I think is a bit overkill. I think personally I'm gonna try the dragon's advent one just because that's more mobility, right? Better mobility. You can use the 131 is you're taking like the level 1 and the level 3 tripods, or the first row and the third row tripods are damage tripods, and then the second row tripod, I've seen some people take 3, which is tenacity, but I've also seen some people take 2, which is fire. The fire cloak, which generally taijutsu uses to spread their bleed. I don't know if this is really like matters in the long run, to be honest. For the most part, I've seen more people do the dropping fierce tiger strike to level 8, and I've even seen some people who just change the first tripod to focus and they don't worry about it. Because I don't think like shock training scrappers like, what this could potentially mean is it doesn't really make that big of a difference, period, to the play of shock training for whatever you do if there's this many different builds, or this many different like slight adjustments. But it could also just mean that they don't really know what the best thing is for shock right now with the changes, because the changes made shock a lot easier to play, because you're no longer playing around a 3-second damage window. Because if the way you're playing shock training, if you're playing shock training and you're like, man, I don't feel like I'm doing a lot of damage, chances are is you're not playing around your damage window properly. As a shock training scrapper, you have a 3-second window when you hit something with charging blow to then hit it with like a hard hitting ability. So generally you're gonna like charging blow, and then there's two ways of doing it. The way I personally do it is I fierce tiger strike to get the damage amp, and then the slight damage buff off of that, because fierce tiger strike, while giving you an attack power buff, is slightly less than from charging blow's attack power buff, because fierce tiger strikes scales by the amount of enemies you hit. So in a boss fight, you're only hitting 1 enemy, you're not getting the full buff, and it stacks up to 5. For charging blow, so basically what I do is I fierce tiger strike, or I try to get the damage amp, get the attack buff from there, then charging blow to then have 2 attack power buffs at the same time, and then I'll death rattle. And that's what I try to consciously do, because that's how you'll get your big meaty death rattles. That's where you start hitting like 4, 5, 6 million death rattles, sometimes even higher if you have, a paladin with good buffs and stuff like that. But generally, for the most part, the 100% change you really want to do as a shock training scrapper is start farming focus tripods for your charging blow. Unfortunately, I can't really say much for taijutsu because I didn't look at taijutsu. I guess I'll use taijutsu as an example when I do it later, to show you how I use loawa to check all these things. But taijutsu might also not have much change. Specifically, like the big thing is like taijutsu just might not change at all, even tripod wise, because your taijutsu, your stamina abilities are where all your damage is. So the more damage they deal, the better you are. Because they have no use for focus, because focus is gaining shock, and if you're running taijutsu, your shock abilities deal like 30% less damage, and you don't have any specialization, so you're not even buffing them through stats either. So if you want an example, I currently at 1400, generally on like Night Fox Yoho, I can crit to like roughly usually anywhere between like 5.5 to 6 million on a death rattle. Like if I do, like I have everything up, like I have my 2 attack power buffs, damage jump up, damage amplify debuff up, and then like death rattle, like right off the bat I can deal anywhere from like 5.5 to 6 million damage on a death rattle if it crits. I'll watch videos of taijutsu scrappers and they're critting on their death rattles for like 1 million or something like that. That's how big of a damage difference it is for shock abilities, and vice versa. Like as a shock, even though we don't have a damage reduction on the taijutsu abilities, they don't really deal much damage to begin with, which is why taijutsu's class engraving buffs them by like, which up to currently 30%, and then it'll be 35% at level 3 after the class balance patch. So I'll probably use them as an example, since I kind of know what taijutsu plays when I'm showing y'all how I use loawa to do things. The next one is if you're playing Berserker's technique, Berserker. Mayhem, I took a glance at it. I don't personally play Mayhem a whole lot. I tried it a bit in tier 2 and I wasn't a really big fan of it. I don't know why, I just like the way Berserker's technique plays. I also like it visually, it just looks cooler to me. But Mayhem, from when I took a quick peek at the loawa earlier, I didn't really see any changes across the board. Like, it basically just runs the exact same abilities, the exact same tripods. And I'm not too surprised about that because Mayhem doesn't really have much options in what it runs. It kind of just runs what it runs and it just rolls with it. For Berserker's technique, though, if you aren't running it already, because it doesn't have a counter on it, because if you run Mountain Crash at the moment, you have no counter as a Berserker's technique Berserker. Basically start farming the tripods for it now. Like, kind of go back to like what I showed earlier, go to the skill menu. Generally you run 2-2-1 for it, which is like focus, attack speed, and then the one on the side gives it increased range, so you have an easier time hitting with it. Because Mountain Crash, you don't gain the buffs from it if you don't hit with it, like the attack speed buff, and then you don't generate fury if you don't hit anything with it. But basically, if you're playing Berserker's technique, once the May update goes live, if you're not using it already, you're gonna end up probably swapping Chainsword for Mountain Crash, because the only benefit Chainsword has over Mountain Crash is generally at like lower levels where you don't have enough extra crit on top to kind of like crit all the time in your Berserkers, like in your Berserk mode. So Chainsword really helps with that because it has a buff where basically it has one tripod that gives you attack speed and then has another tripod that gives you crit rate together, and it's pretty strong. But for Berserker's technique, you generally get to a point where you have enough crit that you're always going to crit inside of your red dust window, which is your main damage window anyway. So that's really when you want to crit. So you don't really need the Chainsword crit buff. So you're generally going to run Mountain Crash because Mountain Crash generates more fury because you take a well, Mountain Crash by default generates more fury. And on top of that, you're going to take the focus tripod because that's what the first level 2 is. So it's going to generate even more on top of that. And then it'll also have a counter effect with the patch, so that means you'll have your counter back anyway, and it's just an all-around just cool ability to use. So if you're using Berserker's technique, if you're not doing it already, like, you don't have to do it now if you don't want to, but be ready to swap to Mountain Crash because you're gonna lose a lot of fury generation without it. And the tripods you want to farm are in the row of first, second, third rows is 2-2-1. That's basically what you do. A potential engraving change, which I think in the West isn't really much of an engraving change because I've seen a lot of like Berserker's techniques. Well, a lot, like the whole like 5 of us in the West that play Berserker's technique. I've seen a lot of them. Well, most of them go just Berserk level tech or Berserker's technique level 3, just because you just get more crit damage. I think this is probably going to be a viable build post patch because now instead of gaining, I think it was like 50% crit damage at level 3, we're gaining 70% crit damage at level 3. When you combine that with Keen Blunt Weapon, that's 120% crit damage, which then all of a sudden you're dealing 320% crit damage instead. I saw quite a few builds in loawa that were running Berserk technique level 3 with Keen Blunt level 3, and I imagine that that's potentially going to be the build that most people go for because it's easier to build, really, because, well, it's a bit easy. It can be a bit easier to build and a little less expensive because if you're running level 1 Berserker's technique, basically when you get relic accessories, the way you have to build your class is you need to get a relic accessory that has Berserker's techniques level 5 on it. Now the issue with that is the only classes that are getting Berserker's technique level 5 on relic accessories are, you guessed it, other Berserkers. Guess what? Even like basically anybody who's going to sell that, like, is going to look at that and be like, oh, someone might want that, is probably going to know that if you're going for a +5, it's because you're going Berserker's technique level 1, and those accessories are going to be really, really fucking expensive. So unless you yourself get kind of lucky with the drop of like an earring or something, you're probably gonna have to spend a pretty penny on it. If Berserker's technique level 3 is a thing, then you kind of follow the trend of everybody else, where you go legendary book of your class engraving, legendary book of something else, usually like a grudge or some other expensive, or like King Blunt Weapon, some other expensive engraving, and then you try to get a stone that's like 7797, and then you work with your accessories after that. Also, this is a little like tip: whenever you're doing engraving builds, always cut your ability stone first, because the ability stone is the only thing that's RNG based on how it cuts. So like, for instance, Say you're trying to get a 6/6 and you've cut like 10 stones and you only get a 6/5, but you already bought all your accessories and you did your engravings and all that, and the only way your build would work is you have a 6/6. You kind of just shot yourself in the foot a little bit. While if you get like you cut your stones first and then you go, you know what, I'm gonna just stick with this 6/5. You at least know ahead of time, like, all right, I need to get this extra engraving, and I'm using like a 3x3 as an example. You know ahead of time that, all right, I need to get like at least like a +2 of this engraving on an accessory piece, so that way I can have my 3x3 so when I go hit Vaultin. So that's just a really good tip, is cut your ability stone first and then work from there for when you want to do a 3x3, a 4x3, and then eventually a 5x3 in the future. That's just a really good tip. The last class we'll talk about is Glaivier, specifically Pinnacle, because I don't play Control. I've heard Control is very viable. It's just I don't play it. I like the swapping back and forth. I like the spear stance. I like the spear stance abilities, all that kind of jazz. So I don't really. So I play Pinnacle. The only potential skill change that I saw, which I only really saw, I'd say like, I checked like the top 10 to 15 builds, and I think I only saw it 3 or 4 times, but it seems like it'll be viable, like completely viable, and it might even deal more damage. Is people were changing, instead of building Starfall Pounce for your spear stance, which is the one where you jump in the air and you drop back down and you hit the boss, they were swapping it for Thrust of Destruction at 1-2-1. If you look now at your spear for Thrust of Destruction, you look at these tripods, you go, that makes no damn sense, because in the second row 2 is shield. Well, in the class update that's coming, they flip shield and weak point detection in rows 1 and 2. So what they did is basically they took weak point detection from row 1 and then they put it in row 2 instead. So now you can line it up with all the other damage tripods, and it also gives you more bonus damage against elites and stuff, or like targets that can't be pushed, stuff like that. While shield is now in row 1, where you can just ignore it completely. And so the way people are building it is they're building it 1-2-1. And the reason they're building it 1-2-1 is because the first tripod on the first row gives you 50% crit just by default on the Thrust of Destruction. The second tripod on the second row will now give you extra damage against, I don't remember what the actual like wording is. I think it's weak point detection, so it's got to be the like push immune targets, like that kind of thing. And then the first tripod on the second row gives you, basically turns it into, I think it gives it a slightly longer hold time, or turns it into a charge skill, and then gives it 50% crit, and then also, I'm saying, it increases your crit damage of that ability, like because they also changed that one. So basically, altogether, it turns Thrust of Destruction into a pretty high damaging ability. And from what I understand is if you run the spec swiftness build, which is the more popular build because it's easier to play and you just get more damage off more consistently, you're probably going to want to swap. Well, not probably want to, but you can swap to Thrust of Destruction. And what this does is it lets you keep Starfall Pounce as a movement ability, right? As in like an oh shit button, I need to get out of here, but my dash is on the dodge is on cooldown kind of thing. You can use Starfall Pounce as a movement ability. Now, it's not exactly the best movement ability in my opinion, because you jump in the air and then you jump down, and you're not completely immune while you're in the air. Like, even though your character disappears, your model is still like invisible on the ground. So if you get hit by something that knocks you up, it'll knock you up out of the Starfall Pounce, but it can help you. It can be helpful. So that is just an option to be done. It could also lead to maybe potentially a new engraving option. I didn't see anybody change their engravings for it, even though they're adding another charge skill, because you'll be using like Red Dragon Horn and Thrust of Destruction, and both of them will be charging skills. So I don't know if maybe eventually they might do supercharge or something, but for the most part, like this could be a pretty a potential change. Like maybe you don't like Starfall Pounce, maybe you find a hard time aiming it. That's that's completely fine. The other nice thing about it is that Starfall Pounce only gets its 100% crit rate if you hit a push immune target. So off of its like third tripod, while Starfall Pounce will have 100% crit regardless of what you're hitting, because weak point detection is just extra damage. Its 100% crit is attached to 2 other tripods that are completely independent of any criteria. So potentially it could be useful for like, even if you don't use it in raiding, you could probably just use it in your chaos dungeon build to speed up your chaos dungeon clearing, because it's not bad, especially once you're in like the second and third room where you're getting attack speed buffs and all that kind of jazz, and you're just shwink, you know, it could be a potential change. It'll be pretty nice. But yeah, that's basically all I have written down for my classes. I think I'll just, because I know some people don't know how to use it, or some people might not even know about it at all. There's a website called loawa.com, and I'm gonna put it over here on the side because it has a lot of ads and I don't feel like having those shown. So what you do is, as you can see, I went to Loawa. Well, let me just start from the beginning. You go to loawa.com. If you're watching this on the VOD on YouTube, I'll have a link in the description for it. The first thing you need to do is, if you've never been to this website, it'll all be in Korean. So as you can see, I have Korean and English. You just come over here to the globe next to the search bar, and you can choose basically whatever language they have it in. I have it Korean and English specifically because, as you can tell, while I have it in Korean and English, not everything is translated, right? It's like, this doesn't say Chaos Gate, this doesn't say Una Daily or anything like that. So I have it in Korean and English because I want to at least be able to recognize what the symbols mean and stuff like that. For the most part, though, the classes, the names will be, you know, translated, so it's pretty easy to tell. So we'll go to Scrapper, and then here, you see how these aren't translated? One of these is Taijutsu, and one of these is Shock Training. I'm pretty sure this one's Taijutsu. Yeah, all right. So this one's Taijutsu. So since we're looking specifically to see if there's been any Taijutsu changes, we're going to check out the Taijutsu Scrappers. Something that's very important to note is, while it's not necessarily a bad idea to look at the, you know, the 1615 or like the high 1600 like players, do not look at the Esther weapon builds. Any build that you see that has an Esther weapon, just ignore that build, because that build is absolute, like, those are like the super omega whales that they've they've spent so much money, and those builds are just perfect. So like you could use those kind of for engravings, but for the most part you kind of just want to like ignore them, or maybe see what they could be or something like that. But for the most part, Esther weapons, you kind of don't really want to use them as builds, unless you want to see what the really most perfect stats for it look like. Even these high engraving, these high item level guys, it's probably still not too great of an idea, because from what I understand, a lot of free-to-play players stop at like 1490 to 1500, like in that range, specifically because you don't really need to go higher than that. Or, well, at the time you didn't really need to go higher than that. I think a lot of players now will start pushing to 1580, even free-to-play, because the newest dungeon that released, the highest level of difficulty of the dungeon, Abyssal Dungeon in Algacia, is 1580. So you'll probably see more free-to-play players pushing up. But for the most part, a lot of people stopped at like 1490, 1500, maybe 1515, because you didn't need to go higher than that to do any new content. Because Belshazzar, hard mode, if I'm mistaken, is 1490. No, I think normal mode is 1490. Is it? I don't fucking know. I know they usually stopped around 1490 to 1500 or whatever, because I think for the most part, most people don't step foot in hard mode Belshazzar. They just stay in like normal Belshazzar, because normal Belshazzar is still pretty hard. So, but in case you want to like fluctuate it, you can just come here. You see the two numbers is 1625 to 1490. Most people aren't. You're not going to find a lot of people at 1625, because this is the absolute highest that you can be, like in the system. Like this is the hard cap where they're currently at. Yeah, and it costs a shit ton of money, and there's no reason to really get to this point yet. So you can come here and say you only want to see like the 1500 people. You can just type in 1500 and you hit enter, and then it'll show you from 1500 downwards like what people are running. But I'm kind of curious what like the top end is doing, so we're gonna look here. So for Taijutsu Scrapper, we're gonna look at the first three. As you can see, you always run at level 3. You don't really see any level 2s anywhere except for here, and I think that's probably more because they're probably prioritizing other engravings over getting level 3 Taijutsu, which I think is feasible. But so, and then I just click through here to telling the tab to pull the services, and then you get this menu. Now this menu is kind of where it's going to throw a lot of people off, because it doesn't always translate it. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. Sometimes if you refresh it, it'll fix it. But as you can tell, for the most part, this menu is going to be mostly in Korean. The stat menu is this one right here. It's these 6 stats. This is where you show the stat distribution. It matches ours. So the order of the stat goes like left, right, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I could like open the right window. So for instance, I'm gonna like kind of put that over there. I think it'll still show up. All right, yeah. So as you can see, this first one here is crit. The second one is specialization. This one's domination. This one's swiftness. This one's endurance, and this one's expertise. So as long, it'll take a little bit of getting used to your first time, but you can figure it out pretty easily. For engravings, the icons are exactly the same on both sides, so you can just look at it. For instance, this is Taijutsu, Keen Blunt, Cursed Doll, Adrenaline, Grudge, Master of Ambush. I can tell you that because I have those images memorized because most of the classes I play run those currently, or at least that's what I'm supposed to be running on them. But as we can see, for Taijutsu, it's mostly crit and then some swiftness. The exact numbers aren't something they're not really something you should like go, oh, I have to get 15, 57, and 933. These are players that these are whales. They might not be the Omega whales with Esther weapons, but they are still whales because they're on the really high end of item level, which means they probably spent a pretty penny getting accessories with like, good quality. As you can see here, these are like 90 quality. This is like 80 quality. They skimped a bit on the rings because you don't get as much stats from the rings as you do everything else. But so the exact numbers, you can kind of ignore the exact number, but for the most part, you can use this as like a bench point to be like, all right, well, I can get like 1500, like I can work my way up to 1500 crit while also getting swiftness. Sometimes you can kind of look to see if, let's see, because sometimes what it'll be is sometimes you just like what I do, I just match the images, right? I just pretend these are basically like letters or something, like I pretend they are, and I just try to match them up. As you can see, for the most part, I think they're mostly just running like crit on everything with swiftness on the necklace. Okay, no, they run. So what they're doing is this person specifically is running crit swiftness on the necklace and then a swiftness earring to get all of the swiftness. Plus, I think probably from here, yeah, they're getting another chunk of swiftness from here, I imagine. Yeah, they're getting some more there. So this is kind of how you can do it to kind of end it, but we're looking for specifically for tripods and skills. So you come over here to the second tab, and this is where all the skills are. Now again, this is where I kind of come into the caveat where thankfully they have the numbers right, because all of this is in like predominantly going to be in Korean. Again, the icons match, so you can kind of just do that. So like for instance, this is Charging Blow, Dragon's Advent, Earthquake Chain, Battering Fist, Iron Cannon Blow, Death Rattle, Roundup Sweep, Crushing Smite. So from what we can see, Charging Blow didn't change at all on this build, and I usually do this for multiples just to like match it. Yeah, I kind of imagined this was going to be the case. Charging Blow didn't really change at all because an extra damage on a Taijutsu ability is just good for Taijutsu. I think for the most part, the only other change that could potentially happen is instead of running, so you have like, I've seen two different build options. I've seen one that runs like Judgment, which is the shock like damage amp ability, and then other builds that run Crushing Smite. And then there's some builds that they change to like Fierce Tiger Strike. Yeah, see, for instance, this one. Though I don't know I don't think it deals as much damage, right? Because the issue is that like you don't generally run Crushing Smite on Taijutsu past level 4 because it's a damage amp ability is really all you're using it for. And it comes out faster. So the benefit of using Crushing Smite over Fierce Tiger Strike is Fierce Tiger Strike has like 2 or 3 hits to it. It's like pop, pop, pop. You have to go through the whole animation before you can do anything else. Even though the first hit is what applies the damage amp. So you're wasting like a second off of the damage amp potentially. So people use Crushing Smite because even though it's a combo move, you literally just need to tap the button once, and as long as the first hit hits the boss, you get the damage amp debuff. So there's no big thing for it. Even this one's kind of weird because he's running critical hit, but I think he's running he's running Tendon Rupture. Interesting. Granted, I don't think it really matters what shock abilities you run as a Taijutsu, because again, none of them deal all that much damage. But yeah, so as you can see, like for the most part, Taijutsu, you're pretty much going to stay the same of whatever you're running. I think the only real change I thought that could happen is Taijutsu could potentially run like Fierce Tiger Strike level 3 and maybe drop something else down to like level whatever, or to well, Fierce Tiger Strike like up to level 10, so that way you can get all 3 tripods. Because but again, Fierce Tiger Strike's 3rd tripod, they changed it from an attack buff to damage to just it deals more damage when it hits, but they still kept the scaling per target portion of it, so it's not very you know, it's still not going to deal that much more damage on a single target. But as we can see here, actually, because I went past level 1, and as we could see, some of these are running like, there's actually quite a few people running Fierce Tiger Strike, though I think they were already running it prior to, because Fierce Tiger Strike, as far as I understand, didn't get any damage, like didn't get any actual like ability change, like any like damage number changes. It was just the tripod got changed. And then here we see what's a bit more common to be seen in the NA version of things, or the Western version of things. Sorry, not NA. The Western version is running Judgment with the damage amp and then running counter hit. To be honest, I'm a bit more partial to. Oh, this guy just like either. Oh, he's running a weird build. He just dropped. Interesting. He dropped Charging Blow altogether. He's running Dragon's Advent, Earthquake Chain with Battering Fist and Continuous Push and Iron Cannon Blow. And then he's with counter hit and then Judgment and Death Rattle. Now the reason I find this interesting is because usually in most builds you either run Continuous Push or you run Earthquake Chain. You don't run. I think. Well, actually, I wouldn't say you will. I've seen very few builds that run both together. Very few builds that run both together. For the most part, you run one or the other because their kind of main job, and I think it kind of just depends like what you need it for. I think when you're progressing, when you're progging, Continuous Push is better because it gives you a damage reduction just passively as part of the ability, and then you can make it crit, and it has a lot of good stuff to it. While Earthquake Chain is just like damage. Yeah, see 1-2-1 on Continuous Push, which is he's got the crit, he's got a damage amp, and then he takes the perfect zone. Yeah, that's pretty good. Even though I think usually, well, what I was running is I was running 1-2-2 because you get attack speed increase with a push time. It like basically it makes you be able to use it longer while also attacking more, and it's a total damage plus 80%, while this is like 60%, while also having to do a perfect zone on top of it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe with he might be running it. Either he likes it like that, or it could just be that it might stack with more damage. Because I think the total damage plus 80%, I think is like you need the whole, like you need to basically just do the whole bar, is what this is saying. Well, this is that like that last hit deals 60% of the total damage. So I think it's just trading whether you're like holding the button down the whole time or letting it go. And for adrenaline, this is probably better because adrenaline will run out before you finish your continuous push. More often than not. It'll run out between you finishing continuous push and then having hit another ability. But yeah, usually people like they either run continuous push or they run like Earthquake Chain. Like they usually don't run both, because they both kind of do the same thing. They're kind of really your like higher stagger ability, even though like continuous push has better stagger. And but Earthquake Chain makes it so you don't have to like commit to like staying in one place. Not to mention, if it's a smaller model, continuous push can kind of fuck you over, because if you don't hit them dead on, you'll walk right past them. Granted, you can walk back to them. It actually lasts a long time. And you can survive some one-shot mechanics with it. Like if the one-shot mechanic is straight damage, and you know it's coming, you can use continuous push to survive it, or at least like give yourself a fighting chance. But yeah, so that's kind of... but yeah, as we can see, there wasn't really much changes on the taijutsu side, but that's kind of how you can just use... This was more of an example for how to use loawa, though, is you can kind of just do this. Again, if you're watching this on YouTube, I'll have a link in the description to both the class balance patch and to loawa, so you can kind of just use this video to kind of like guide yourself through loawa and how I use it. And this works for any class, not just this class, right? You can... So, for instance, we were looking... we were talking about Mayhem Berserker. So when you want to swap, you just unselect the class you selected, and you select Berserker, and then again, they're in Korean, so you have to click to guess which one it is. But usually the actual list is translated. So we're going for Mayhem, which even like in English, mayhem is shorter than berserker technique. So in Korean, the shorter one is the mayhem. And then we'll look again. We'll skip the Esther. Holy shit! +8 Esther weapons. Those are maxed out Esther weapons. We'll skip those. We'll go down here. I don't think anything really changed. Like, I think the biggest change that could have potentially happened would have been if they hadn't reduced the nerf to the engraving at level 3. You probably would have seen a lot of mayhem level 1s instead, because that would have been the least amount of damage lost. But for the most part, yeah, you can see you generally run just the same shit you always run. It's just, you know, chain sword with all of its buffs, sword storm, yeah, like this doesn't change. Like mayhem basically was unaffected by the changes. It kind of just runs the same shit. So, but you go. But now you have an example. But now you know how to. You now have an example for how to use it. So that way you can kind of like look yourself to kind of like look at things and figure stuff out, which is really helpful in my opinion in MMOs. Like people being able to kind of do some self research. While, you know, obviously like opinions matter, like maybe someone is more experienced on you, not me specifically, like I'm just saying in general, like, you know, like Zeals or ATK or like Saint Tone, like those kinds of streamers, they're really good for using them as an example. But, you know, for me, I'm someone who likes to go to see things myself, and so I like to like see the resources, because to be honest, like they use more or less the same resources when they're doing stuff. For the most part, like, you know, because the Koreans use that as a resource. That's a really good resource to just learn what the higher classes, like what the higher level players are using, and to kind of like work your way towards it, right? Like they're a good guidepost to see what deals the most damage and what you can kind of build towards. So you can also use it for destroyer. So like for new classes coming out that, you know, haven't released yet, you can also use it to kind of if you want to plan ahead. So like for instance, destroyers coming out on the May update, which hopefully comes out May 19th. You can use loawa to kind of like look and see what most people are running, and kind of like go, all right, these are the engravings I'm going to aim for first. Right off the bat, I could tell you the first 2 engravings you want to get to level 3 is the class engraving hammer, if you're running Hammer of Wrath specifically, like, because that's the build I plan on running. But for the Hammer of Wrath build, you run specifically what do I need for this? I need more wood. You run specifically your most important engravings to get to level 3, like ASAP, is Hammer of Wrath itself to level 3, and then supercharge level 3, because as a Hammer of Wrath player, almost all of your abilities are going to be like charge abilities, like 3 out of 4, or all 3 abilities will be charge abilities, because I have seen 2 distinct builds come out since the class balance change. Basically the way it worked was there was already 2 builds kind of like fluctuating before the class balance changes, where it was basically what people were doing is they were this is cheaper because I can just convert it. What people were doing is they would run either 3 purple abilities and 5 blue abilities, or there was a build that was kind of like gaining some momentum in where you were running 4 blue abilities and 4 purple abilities. For the most part, I saw a lot of people at the beginning running the 4 and 4 when the class balance changes came out, but recently what I've seen is people going back to 3 and 3, but instead of using full swing, they just replaced full swing with Earth Eater, which, because it comes out faster and deals more damage, I imagine, and then still using Seismic Hammer, because Seismic Hammer got pretty rough nerf, and with the class balance patch, they took away one of its like really big damage tripods, and then they didn't really replace it with another damage tripod. They just kind of like, I think they replaced it with like a defensive tripod, so it really hurt the damage on seismic hammer, which I kind of didn't like personally, because it's not, I'm not in the point of view where I'm like, oh, everything needs to be like super OP, deal a shit ton of damage, blah 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 kind of thing. But to me, it was more like, I feel like if they were going to do that, they should have done it to perfect swing, you know, like, because for me, what the way I look at it is, I feel like seismic hammer was more thematic, so I feel like seismic hammer should have been, you know, the main damage ability next to Earth Eater, but they went the route they went, and there's a, you know, we're kind of just going to deal with it. But seismic hammer, from what I've seen, is still like there's still an easy ability to land. There seems to be like some options available for what you want to run. Again, you can either run like 3-5 or 4-3 purple blue. So we'll just have to wait and see. I don't think the destroyers themselves have like fully figured out what's the best way to play it yet, but basically you can kind of like look ahead to see what abilities to use, and then what engravings you can kind of build towards. There is one caveat though, in the fact that you have like a lot of the top destroyers you'll see will be with oh, also real quick, because I just remembered, PSA, public service announcement: if you are someone who is waiting for a destroyer and you unfortunately don't have you didn't save your fate and power pass for it, make sure not to claim your Aura of Resonance elixir until the very last day. Which is, you know, we have another like week and a half ish before. So basically, leave this here until the 18th of May, and then make sure either the 17th or the 18th, right? The reason I say this, because you could be like, Marsh, it has 14 days on it, so why not just get it now? It'll still be there on the 19th, because we don't actually know whether or not it'll come out on the 19th, right? So as far as I know, we still don't have a concrete date on when we're getting the May update. I think it's still a tentative date, so the fact is they could still delay it due to complications, which is perfectly normal. I do know in the May update they did make a mention about how, hey, May 19th for the Guardian Raid event, but as far as I'm aware, never in it did they say that May 19th was the date for the May update. They still haven't committed to it. They're still aiming for it. So that's why I say to wait till the 18th or the 17th to pick it up, because that way, in case they do delay it a week, you have, you know, it has 2 weeks before it expires. So that's just my opinion. If you want to use it now, you can also just use it now to push characters to 14, 15. That is completely that's completely fine. Like there's really no negatives to doing that either. It's just an option, right? Like if you're waiting for, and this is more so for people who didn't save their fate and power passes. So like for instance me, or even if you did, if you're like me and you just want to be able to do as many tier 3 dungeons in one day as you can, because for instance I saved my maintenance compensation pack also, which comes with 2 more Aura of Resonance elixirs, which means in one day to tier 3 I could run tier 3 like 6 times in one day, potentially. What'll probably happen is it'll probably be 4 or 5 days, because if you didn't save your fate and power pass, you're gonna have to run Yorn Chaos Dungeon at least once, potentially, in order to get armor, in order to get tier 2 armor to hone. Depending on what time you get up to play and stuff like that, there could be stuff on the market you could buy, and depending on how much it costs, if you're like me and you really just want to save all of your rested bonus for when you get to tier 3, Then I'm gonna look to see if I can buy a full set of armor and a weapon off of the auction house on the first day, depending on how much it costs. To be honest, I am like in the mindset that I'll drop like 2 or 3 grand. It'll be, technically that's a waste of money. Like if you don't do this if you're not someone that has a good chunk of gold saved up, or you just really love fucking destroy and you want to get into tier 3 in one day, and you use your Fate and Power Pass on a Glaivier because you thought that, you know. But basically, don't pick this up now if you want to save it for a destroyer. Wait until the very last day that you can pick it up. But don't forget to pick it up at some point. That's just my 2 cents on it. All right, so we're gonna start dailies. Basically, what I'm gonna do now is, what do we have to do? Chaos Gate. We're gonna do our Chaos Gate because it's almost time for that. And then after that, I'm gonna do my Una daily, my Chaos dungeon, and then and rapport, my quick rapport cycle to get all that done. And then we're gonna spend like the next like 2 hours ish, 1 or 2 hours playing or grinding or just doing unranked PvP because I need to get better at PvP and I haven't spent enough time in there. Not to mention, I'd also like to get to at least Supreme 1 this week, if not higher. So I plan basically between now and when Destroyer comes out, I plan on PvPing at least like 1 or 2 hours on stream every day, kind of thing. So I should be able to get a good amount of PvP experience. Let's see. Currently, we got knocked down pretty far. We were at like top 30% the other day, and now we're knocked down to top 47%, which we just need to like PvP more to get higher. Because what it is that as you PvP, you get into percentiles, and we were like here 25 to 30%. But we got knocked down 2 tiers, and it increases how much like the amount of XP you'll gain by a percentile. So I'm gonna try to get back up to 25%. We'll see how that works. Again, we'll see. I don't know. Like I don't have my PvP luck has been up and down. But my goal is at the very least I want to get Ultra 10 at the minimum, which should be doable, if not Supreme 1 this week. And then hopefully on the next week it gets to Supreme 4. So that's kind of just going to be the goal for this week. You know, we started at Ultra 8, so you know, I'm gonna try to get as close to Supreme 2 as I can, because the closer as I can get to Supreme 2, the less I have to farm to get to Supreme 4. And Supreme 4 is really big because that's when you get to that's when you get buy extra materials from the PvP vendor. So basically my plan is for basically the next week and a half, just do a lot of PvP, try to get better at PvP first of all, so that way maybe just do some ranked, because to be honest, I have pretty bad luck in ranked because everything I fight is like Deathblades, Shadow Hunters, and then like a Bard or some shit. Also, I think this is I really like the Noble Banquet weapons for Deathblade. But I don't have a Deathblade, and I don't plan on making one anytime soon, so they will not be purchasable because I already used my super premium box on the scrapper. I can't just save that either. So, like 90% sure he made himself like look like the Joker. But yeah, so that's kind of just the plan for this next week and a half. The streams are going to be mostly just a PvP stream. And so like I'll do like an hour or 2 of PvP, and then the last hour I'll spend it doing dailies on my alts to kind of like, you know, detox from being salty at losing PvP. And before we're doing our daily Adventure Island, like always, which today is Harmony, which maybe I'll get the Island Soul this time, because I'm still missing the Island Soul from there. I have the song, but I don't have the Island Soul. But yeah, so in case you wanted to know what to do today, the best choices is either Harmony Isle for pirate coins and High Seas coins chest, or Forpay for card packs if you're trying to get soulless cards and or a legendary card. Lagoon Island is good if you're missing the wealth rune, because you're basically almost guaranteed a purple wealth rune, but I don't suggest doing it today because you only get silver, and to be honest, it's not a lot of silver either. It's pretty low. It's just pretty shit amount. So 4-player Harmony is my personal suggestion on top of your usual Chaos Gates, which I need to see if I can get the boys in today to do some maps, because I have all these maps that need to be done that I haven't done yet. And then I have 3 legendary ability stones that I can create, which we might do before, a little bit before PvP, see if anything we have, see if we can get anything to sell. I think most of what I have hasn't sold. Oh, there's only 2 left. I don't know, maybe people will buy them. I sold I had a really good armor tripod that sold the other day for like 800 gold. And I was like, yo, like I put it up for 800 being like, maybe. And then someone bought it, like, I think with a couple hours left on it, instead of just bidding on it for much cheaper. But I'm not going to complain because they gave me a lot of gold. I will say though, speaking of gold, holy shit, blue crystals are expensive right now. They are 700 gold right now. That shit's insane. 700 gold. I think I was saying earlier on Reddit that, that map prices also went up really high. So it's probably a lot of people trying to push to get to at least 14, 15, so that way they can do Vaultin day 1. Or at least normal Vaultin day 1. I'm kind of seeing how the class that I really want to play is coming out. Okay, I already got that. Is coming out with Vaultin. Oh shit, I need to go back and collect that XP for the Glaivier. I don't really care for Vaultin. Vaultin's basically going to be dead to me, at least for the first week or so, because I plan on trying to get the Destroyer to 1370 that first week, and at least running him through Oreja hard and then Argos normal, phase 1 normal, in the hopes of, you know, getting some practice on it and getting to learn it, and hopefully liking the class, because it's kind of been the class I've been waiting for a long time for. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm hoping I enjoy it. Even if I don't enjoy it, it's fine, because I love shock training Scrapper. So what it means is I'll just waste that first week, and then if I don't like it, I'll just go back to shock Scrapper, who's 1400, right? So I'll just dump all the mats back into her to try to get her to 14, 15, and then just go do Vaultin with her. So that's kind of my current plans at the moment. What is that? Oh, that's you. I need the Cloud Boy. But I can't because they're like right on top of each other. I'm curious what sword that is. Oh, it's just an Omen sword. The model looked kind of different, so I thought it might have been like a sword that I hadn't seen before. But I'm sitting here like, the chosen preordained and harsh great swords all have the same exact model, just different colors. I know what the sunset sword looks like, because it just looks like a Shoeshire sword. I was trying to figure out what the hell it was. I know what the Noble Banquet one looks like, so. But yeah, no, it's just an Omen sword is what it was. It just looked weird because he was at like an angle from me.
Before the flames of madness take you.
Oh my god, just shut up. I'm not gonna lie though, as a shock training Scrapper, I cannot wait until I no longer have to just work in this 3-second window for damage, and I can just toss out abilities when I have an opening. Because that's the problem, right? Is so with the way I don't think it was necessarily a bad thing for the 3-second window stuff, because it's really like the only level of complexity a shock training Scrapper has is wait for your charging blow, punch something with it, and then punch that with a you know, shock ability right after. Even though there was some complications for it, because like, so for instance, if you wanted a chain destruction fist right after charging blow, you literally had to do it right after charging blow, because if you didn't, the buff from charging blow would fall off before the last hit of chain destruction, which is the biggest hit that the ability deals. Now you no longer need to play around that, so now it doesn't matter. You just fucking push chain destruction fist whenever the hell you want, which is nice. Which means that in and of itself is like buffed, because it's going to deal more damage, or at least more damage more reliably. So you know, so that's gonna be nice. But yeah, I don't really mind, because there was it was now with like Argos, who's not really all that crazy with like openings and stuff, where you have to, you know, where you have really tight openings that you need to be ready to deal damage in. And sometimes I'd have like really good timings to do like a death rattle, but then my charging blow would be on cooldown because I just used it, and I'm just like shit, because you really want to avoid death rattling without at least charging blow up, because you lose a lot of damage. I think it's almost, at least like at my current level, it's like almost 1,000,000 damage you'll lose if you don't charging blow before death rattling. So that's kind of a big deal, because it probably gets even worse at higher levels, because again, like it's buffing your attack power, not like just your damage. So as you get higher up with more specialization and better modifiers, it'll, you know, that sort of like damage difference would just get bigger. Another possible change that could have happened to shock training, now that I think about it, is potentially you could have swapped what first tripod ability you had like selected, because currently on your roundup sweep, because currently what you use on roundup sweep is you use swift prep, which has currently a 50% chance of a 50% chance of resetting the cooldown when you crit. They're changing it to now it'll have like a 30% cooldown when you hit something at base, and then I think it goes up to 50% once you get it maxed out at level 5. To be honest, I don't know how much it'll actually affect it. If I'm mistaken, the reasoning on the class bounce patch was because they found that it activated too often, and I'm just like, fuck off. Like, just fuck off, dude. That's such a dumb reason. So part of it probably is because since it'll be a back attack now, it'll also benefit from shit like Ambush Master, so it'll deal a lot more damage. So maybe that's why. So maybe it's a fair reason with the change made, but doesn't mean I gotta be happy about it. Right. Yeah, and as you can see, this is the cards we have stocked up for now. We'll get 3. What is it? We should have like 1 legendary. Okay, yeah, we have 1 legendary pack here. We'll get 3 more from the monthly login at 20 days, which is in 2 days. So it should be, I should get it Wednesday, or at the very least, I should get it on Thursday. So we should have 4 legendary card packs to open, with 30 legendary to rare card packs, which should be 45. Then 3 legendary to epics, 25 any card packs, 2 uncommon card packs, 4 legendary to uncommon card packs, 1 rare card pack, and 1 epic card pack on Thursday. So there'll be a lot of card unpacking to be done. It'll be done on my Deadeye because he's kind of my card bitch at the moment. I kind of don't need to do this because I have a rap ton of fucking... I still have like almost 6,000. And I'm pretty sure all of this combined doesn't cost 6,000. Because I'm not buying like if the destruction stone or the guardian stone, the tier 1 stuff was like roster bound. If they ever made these things roster bound, that'd be so nice. Instead of like just bound to character. It'd be really nice to save up for future classes, but I don't know if they'll ever do that change because it's been, you know, it's been the way it is for so long. I think it's just something we just have to get used to and kind of be a bit more mindful of when we buy stuff. Again, I won't complain. It'd be really nice. If they ever do make the change, I'd be all for it. But we'll see. I do know that according to the community managers, enough people have asked for it that they have relayed that as feedback up the chain. So whether or not it continued up the chain remains to be seen. But I feel like that's probably, if that is a change, it'll probably be a while because there's probably a lot of coding and shit they'd have to go through and rewrite, and just it might cause like some complications. Because something tells me that's not just like a switch they can flip all of a sudden, make things like that were bound to be roster bound. If anything, what it might end up doing is they just might do it where like anything that's already like bound to that character like just won't be unbound, and then like anything that is that you haven't gotten yet that would be bound would be roster bound. Granted, they did do the change to potions to make them tradable, the ones that you can craft in the in your mansion, which currently is still a waste of gold to try to make and sell, because I think even with the increased gold price, it is still cheaper to just buy the healing boxes from Mari Shop, because for 700 gold you can buy 95, and I think that lets you buy 2 of the 5 selection boxes, so you can get 10, which then have 10 each of the blue potions. So you would have 20 blue potions for 700 gold. I'm not quite sure how much it would cost to make that many yourself. And I think it's definitely more expensive if you just bought it off the auction house. Because the point is, I think it costs like 200 gold to make like, what, 3? Or some shit like that? I don't know, the price is kind of dumb. Currently, with the current state of things. Granted, if this stupid inflation keeps going though, it's going to be a little nutty for blue crystal prices, because it's been like 3 weeks or something. Well, 2 weeks ago I bought blue crystals at literally 500 gold. In 2 weeks it's gone to 700 gold, and then 3 weeks ago it was 400 gold. That sort of inflation is insane. If it keeps going that route, we'll be at like 1,000 gold in like 2 weeks, which is crazy. That's such a crazy, because I think like 1,000 gold I think is roughly around the price that Korea is at for blue crystals. So also apparently they're combing through the information. We have confirmation that Smilegate is combing through the chaos dungeon information that they're getting to see if there's any actual like bugs with the system. So hopefully, I imagine if they're doing that now, we'll probably get like something on towards the May update about whether or not it's actually bugged and if there's a fix coming. I will say I have noticed some pretty, at least with like items, like the amount of items you get, I haven't seen some pretty noticeable changes from one run to the next. So well, not one run to the next, but like basically one day to the next. Like one day I'll get almost enough shit to like fill up my bags, and then another day I'll get like almost nothing. As like if you watch like players in Korea doing theirs at like above, you know, when they're at the level where they're getting like relic tripod armors instead of like legendary tripod armors, like sometimes they're just running out of space in their bags to pick shit up. So so I don't know if, I mean, there might be bugs. Again, I'm not gonna complain if we get more shit from here. More drops means more like stones to hone, and more chances at getting something worth either using or selling. But more is never a bad thing. More is never a bad thing. Alright, after this Chaos Dungeon, we will go do our report rotation real quick with doing our Una daily tasks, and then we will PvP for a while. Because I would very much like to PvP. I'll probably do mostly unranked. Maybe I'll do like a ranked, 1 or 2 ranked. I don't know. Friday I did like PvP, and like I did pretty much almost all my games in unranked except for like 2 games, and I was like, I'm gonna try ranked. And then the 2 games I had, both times it was like both teams had like Deathblade, like it was basically like 4 assassins. Like each team had a Deathblade and a Shadow Hunter, and the difference was one team had like a Bard while we had me, and then the other team had a Soul Fist while we had me. And I'm just like, I cannot work under these conditions. So I went back to unranked because I'm like, man, if I'm just gonna lose matches, I'd rather just not sink deeper into the cesspool that is the MMR at the moment. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if we'll ever climb out of fucking bronze, because bruh, every time, like I just get like I'll get a good game and then I'll get like 3 losses just in a row. Granted, they were close losses, right? Like, so the skill was pretty even amongst both teams. Like I always lost by like 1 kill. One of them though was my fault. I got a little too greedy trying to get a kill to win. What it actually was is I didn't notice how close like that we were tied when I ran in, and then it also proved as an example for how if you're out of position as a scrapper, you're just fucked in PvP, because the sheer amount of like knockup they had, like I couldn't escape it, because in this game when you get juggled, you just get juggled for 3 years, and then there's just nothing you can do about it. I still think that you should be able to flip out of getting juggled in the air, and then it should make you like immune for a second or so after to give you time to get out. Because juggling is definitely the worst form of CC. Ooh, boss room. It's been a long time since I had one of these. And it's while I have Aura of Resonance. Baby. You love to see it. Oh, unfortunately, I can't use this as a, like, example for, stay still, please. For like loot, because getting a boss room really offsets the metric. No crits though, Taj. But easy peasy. Oh shit, look at all those gems though. Ding, 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 ding. Got a lot of stuff in there. Maybe some of it'll sell. That'll be nice. Extra gold. I've been getting like special rooms like crazy though. Like this past like 2 or 3 days alone, I've gotten like 6 or 7 gold rooms, and now I got a boss room. Like, woo. The league is pretty good. It's been pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm hoping we can get a like an official date for like, well, not an official, but like a concrete, like, yes, it's coming out on the May 19th, like soon. Like I'm hoping maybe on May 12th they'll be like, they can tell us like, yes, it's coming out on the 19th, because I have a checklist that I've kind of been working on. I did it for Glaivier, and then I kind of worked on it a bit more after Glaivier to add more stuff or stuff like that. That I'm gonna go through, so we can kind of like have a little checklist we can go through together, so that we can all kind of just work towards having being as prepared as we can be for whatever new classes. I don't know if I'll actually, like, what I might do is I might snip it out of the VOD like in the future and just make like a standalone video like at some point, so that way it'll be because I feel like going over it over and over again, like, it's kind of gonna be kind of a little boring, especially doing it a 3rd, 4th, 5th time. So I might do it and just have like a command or something, so that way it'll link them to the video so they can just watch that and have the checklist. The checklist. Come on, you're standing between me and my PvP. My PvP. I think yeah. Nice. There we go. Alright. Then we'll do a quick look through everything. Through everything we have. I saw a couple things with tripods. I imagine most of those might be like the focus tripod I was talking about earlier for charging blow. That's really kind of a big deal. Or will be a big deal. Oh shit. I had so much because of the boss room. I had so much shit this time that some of it even bled over into the pet storage stuff. All right, so this and this automatically are saved. We're gonna look at the ability stones. Nope, nope, nope. You could have been great if you were like heavy armor awakening. Money. All right, now we're gonna look through the legendary stuff. No and no. No. Specialization, precise dagger hit. Maybe. Could be good. Stamina control, heavy blow, no. Dangerous contract, weak point detection, no. Because you use... Yeah, you don't use either of those. No. We already know that's a no. That could sell. Well, maybe not, because again, they are losing. It has the red explosion on it, at least. For Taijutsu. Nope. And... Is that what this? No, it's called Rough Smash. So nope. What else we got here? Crit? No. Maybe. No. Crit spec, no. Crit swiftness, no. Crit, no. Basically, for purples, you have to be pretty picky nowadays. They have to have a good main stat, two good engraving pieces, and good quality to like sell at all, because most people just aren't gonna buy them. No. Maybe. Nope. Crit, Spirit Absorption, Raid Captain. Maybe. No. Crit, nope. If that was like crit, Master Tenacity, and like, I don't know, something else, or like Master Tenacity Grudge or something, that'd probably sell even at that shit quality. Swiftness, no. Nope. Negatory. Nope. And nope. We got a couple things that might sell. We got two things that's for us. What was this? That goes over here. Level 4 that we can add to the pile. Let's see. Those are ones that could potentially sell. And then these are for us. Let's see what's on them. Dragon's Advent, Great Destruction. We're gonna hold on to that one because I still don't know if I'm gonna use Dragon's Advent. I kind of want to try it, but I don't know. We'll see. And then Reinforced Hit. That one's actually pretty good. And then we got about. Granted, this is again a little skewed, but but if you think about it, with the boss rooms, I feel like it should be more than this, but we got 468 Guardian Stones and then 146 Destruction Stones in one run, which we then just put in storage to save up for the Destroyer. So this is what I have saved up for Destroyer. I'll show it more in detail when I do the checklist stream. I'll go over everything I've done for prep ahead of time for the Destroyer, and so that way it'll just be all in one stuff, so I don't have shit spread out all over the place. And then maybe I'll just like snip that and make that into like a video or something. And then she also has like bound materials herself that she's gotten from just doing different stuff. So it's not like she's completely shit out of luck. All right, so now we're gonna do the Una daily task real quick with rapport stuff, and then after that we will we'll then do some PvP from the PvP. We should be done with Calvastus, I think, this week for his rapport. We're almost done. He's friendship level 3 at the moment. Which means I have to plan who I want to move his rapport to, because that's like 1 song and 2 emotes. But I haven't decided yet. Yeah, as you can see, we're at... We might even finish this today. Yeah, we have enough. We'll be done with him today. Nice. That means I'll probably be off stream. I'll probably try to plan who I'm going to use this stuff on. So we'll be trusted. So that way we'll get our Giant's Heart, which I think was the last one we were missing for the skill potion. So we got the Island Soul, Giant's Heart's Masterpiece, and some blueprints. Blueprints don't really matter too much. Ooh, roster level up. That's nice. So I still need 2 more to get the whatchamacallit, the wave dance, I think, is the next thing on my thing. The unlock for Island Souls. But I think I should have enough Giant's Hearts now for the skill potion. Because I only have Sasha and Nineveh for the rapport ones left for Giant's Hearts. So yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I have enough for the skill potion, and then I'll have enough for the purple focus rune when I get Sasha done. Because Sasha's the next one to being closest. Because you can see, like, I'm not even friendly with Nineveh, so Sasha's the next closest. What I might do is, yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just swap his stuff over to these 2, because he had 1 song and 2 emotes a day. And what I was doing was I was only doing 1 song and 2 emotes on Nineveh, and then I was doing only 2 songs on Sasha. So now I can literally just take his and do 2 songs on Nineveh a day with 2 emotes, and then do 2 songs with 2 emotes on Sasha. And then that way kind of like at least speed up Sasha's to get her done, because I think she's friendly level 2 right now. So adding in those emotes will definitely speed it up a bit. Not too much, because out of the 4 things you can do for Sasha on a daily basis, the emotes added the least amount of rapport. And then I don't know when I'll get her to like her affection status, because that's definitely not something I plan on doing anytime soon. What I'll probably do is look for more rapports that have like masterpieces instead, and work on those. And then maybe try doing some Mari, because Mari has the purple judgment rune. But I could also just do Vern, like South Vern Adventure Tome to get whatchamacallit, to get the merchant unlock, because with that merchant unlock, from what I understand, in some of the other regions, or maybe in like older back into the day, you used to have your stronghold at level 50 or 55 for him to spawn with the legendary judgment conviction runes. But now, from what I understand, I think he spawns like, he either spawns with it like done, like already, like from the very beginning, or it's only at like level 30 or something. Because I've heard people with like level 30 to 35 strongholds were having him spawn with the legendary stuff. And to get legendary judgment and conviction, if I'm saying it costs like 54,000 of the green seals. I don't remember off the top of my head. I know it's a lot to get both. But currently, I'd only care for judgment because I have a purple conviction rune at the moment. If I'm mistaken, right? Yeah, I have purple conviction. So, and meanwhile, I'm using a green judgment rune. So, I kind of would obviously focus the legendary judgment rune first, and then I'll get the legendary conviction rune later. Because even with like this masterpiece, I'm still like 11 masterpieces away from the legendary judgment rune from masterpieces. Because that's at 44. I'm at 33. So I'm still a ways off from it. I'm getting it. There's 5, I think there's 4 or 5 reputations I could be doing for it, which I still haven't like set up on characters, and I think there's one I still have to unlock, period. So I could do that, and then there's probably the other 6 might be like in reports or something. I don't remember. I'd have to look to see if I have like what reports are or for masterpieces before deciding. And then after that, they're locked behind collections and stuff like that, like sea bounties and all that kind of jazz. All that kind of jazz, all that junk in your trunk. So, but that'll be planning. I mean, I could do some of it now. Not that one. This one. Levi, nothing. I think for the most part, I think it's mostly the open seas ones that have a masterpiece. Or maybe not. Oh. So far from here, Calvasas is the only one that has it. Nothing on any of these. Maybe not. Maybe there's not as many masterpiece ones of those. Actually, why am I even doing that? There's a way to. There's literally a checklist that I can just go down and see which ones are from rapport that I haven't done yet. Sometimes I just make my life more difficult than I need to. For the longest time, I never knew that checklist existed. I think I'd been playing for like 2 months before I realized that there was a checklist that told you what, like where you could get the masterpieces from. So we'll take a quick peek. Masterpieces, collection status, and unacquired only. So here's 1, 2, 3 from reputation, 4 from reputation, 5 from reputation, 1 from rapport, an exchange. Huh. No, there's only 1 from rapport. So if I do all the reputation ones, so it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would still need 5 more, which would have to be from World Tree Leaves, exchange from Favaru. So 1, 2. There's an Island Soul one, but I don't think I'm near it. And sea bounties, yeah, collectibles. There's a decent chunk behind collectibles. And then I'm still missing. I'm missing 1 from Cube. So I have 3 out of the 4 from Cube. So for Makoko seeds, you need like 950, and as you can tell, I'm not very like. I don't go after Makoko seeds very much. I'm at 199. Island Souls. Masterpieces at 70 or at 55 and 75. So I'm still a ways off from both of those. World Tree Leaves, 24. I'm only 2 away from World Tree Leaves, so I could probably do some logging or something to try to get the 2 World Tree Leaves. Cause I'm only, or I could do trapping because I'm missing a couple from there. Let's see, and then sea bounties. Yeah, I'm still a ways off because it's 30 for the first masterpiece, so I'll just have to work on the rapport and the reputations. And then after that, kind of just let the collectibles come as they will. Because there's really not, I don't think, aside from, do I have all the cooking done here? Aside from like rapport, there's not much. Like all the island souls I have left aren't from like guaranteed sources. They're all just from just RNG drops. So we have 2, but we need a lot more than that. We need a lot more than that. And this is why you always check if there's extra channels. Because if there's extra channels, you can just hop over channels and be good to go. But I have to keep a check. I'm kind of keeping an eye on my OBS because it crashed on me on Friday towards the end. And I did some investigating online real quick just to check, and then I did the suggestions and stuff to keep it from crashing again. So hopefully it won't crash again. It's the first time I ever had OBS itself crash. Usually it was my internet that just shits the bed, or my PC just hard crashes. But it's the first time I had OBS be the one that was just like, "Yo, dog, I'm out." So hopefully the stuff I did fixed it, so it's not an issue. Hopefully everybody got their unicorn mounts and amethyst shards. Yesterday was the last day to do it. So it'll be pretty, hopefully at the very least for the amethyst shards, it was definitely worth doing, even if you didn't like the unicorn. I liked the unicorn. I thought the model itself looked cool, and then I liked the all black unicorn with the white horde. I thought it looked the best. I will say though, I was a little disappointed that the white unicorn had three different main colors you could choose, but then the black unicorn only had a black main, even though there was an ad that I saw on, I think it was Max Roll, that showed a black unicorn with a white mane on it, and I was like, y'all really need to kind of just figure shit out, because this is getting a little ridiculous now at this point with how you show one thing and then do another. And then speaking of interesting stuff, I've come to realize the average player wouldn't notice this, because again, if you're not someone who pays attention to a lot of stuff outside of our version, so far most of the I guess I would say professional promotional stuff for Destroyer, so pictures, have been of Destroyer in his season 1 legendary skin. And I don't know if they chose it just because they thought it looked cool or what. I don't think it really means anything either, because Glaivier, the skin for Glaivier is promotional stuff. So what they showed for her well, basically her stuff, I think that itself was it's not a skin she has, or at least it's not one of her legendary skins from what I can see. So I don't think it really means anything. I think it's just them showing it off, or it could be that the legendary skins were just based off of armor models in the game or some shit like that. So I don't know, we'll see. I just want more cool looking skins personally. I know I saw a lot of people excited for the casual jeans and snapbacks and all that kind of jazz, and I like that kind of stuff too from time to time, but I don't know, I don't think I'm not a really big fan of it in a fantasy MMO, right? Usually if it's a more sci-fi MMO, I'm good with it, but a fantasy one or a sci-fi game setting in general, I could be pretty yeah, man, some jeans and a t-shirt or something, just whoop some ass. That's fine. But in a fantasy MMO, I kind of want more for instance, the formal stuff, the suits and the stuff like that. I really like, for especially for mages, or even for brawlers, because so when you get a martial artist or a brawler class, you put them in a suit and you kind of make them look like a mafia boss or something, or a gangster. I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff, or just I don't know, pirate shit, or just cool stuff, because there's some cool fantasy themed armors that they've released in Korea that I'm looking forward to getting, but we'll see what we get. We'll see when they give us those. I know a lot of people want it. Well, it was always funny because there was people everybody wants, because this is always a great thing about the forums, right, where they always generalize towards their opinion, where they'll be people don't like the Omen set, everybody wants the casual stuff, and I'm sitting over here, I'm the fuck I do? Shit. I want more shit like the Omen set. I want the hell, there's there's a set of armor that was for the anniversary event for warriors that was like, it was like themed off of a Grexion. It looks really fucking cool. And then there's another set of like armor skins that were like, you can tell they were kind of Guardian Raid themed. Because like you could see the motifs for like Akates or yeah, Akates, or is it Titalos? Whichever one is the winged lion. You can see the motifs from that. There was one that had motifs from Lagoros, and then another one that I think the inspiration was Chromanium. So there's a lot of cool armor pieces to come. And then there's Rowan with their armor and stuff. Like, it's gonna look good. It's gonna look good. And then there's like a pirate themed one. So like for instance, there's one that's like naval themed that it kind of looks like, you know, Sailor Scout style. Which there's probably gonna be people that like it for at least the female version, but I don't really care for it for the male stuff. But then there was one, at least a teaser I saw for it, like an image of like straight up pirate shit, like, you know, eye patch, you know, that kind of stuff. And I was like, yo, I could use that on the Deadeye. Deadeye would look good and that stuff. Even though I'm also waiting for like the Spec Ops like skin for the Deadeye, because there was a skin once they released where the weapons, it's like, I think it was like Spec Op themed, and like the weapons were like were based off of actual weapon models, like a Mossberg, Desert Eagles, and a Barrett for the weapons. Sorry about that. I was grabbing a long sleeve shirt to put on because I'm sitting under, like I sit underneath my AC, so even though it's not super cold, sitting underneath it and getting hit like directly with it, it's pretty cold. So I gotta put some long sleeves on real quick. It's not too hot today, so hopefully the weather's nice for everybody. Let's see. Yeah. I still kind of want to do like a variety day. I just don't know if I want to do it like, if I want to take one of the days that I usually stream Lost Ark and do a variety day then, so like on Wednesday or something, where there's like nothing really to do in game aside from like dailies, or just every once in a while on the weekend do it. So, because like Vampire Survivors came out with an update with a new hero, stuff like that. Nah, I'm not doing Guardians today. I'm letting rest accrue. I'm too lazy to do Guardians every day, like I was before. Though we need to do maps today. Alright, like some point. Because those are starting to take up a little bit too much space.
Welcome.
But yeah, so I don't know what I want to do. Because like, I've been playing Apex off stream, but I don't know if I want to stream that because I'm pretty dog shit at it. But Vampire Survivors is pretty fun. And there was a pretty big update with a new character, new weapons and stuff. And new Arcanas to unlock. So I might stream that. I might do that like Wednesday, just to like mix things up. Change of pace. Yeah, friendly level 2. So we should get our first Ignia token tomorrow with Annika. We finished Calvasis today. Sasha, we should be able to speed up her rapport now that I'll be able to transfer I'll be able to do like all 4 of her daily stuff instead of just 2 songs. Where is there? Oh yeah, he's up there. So I have to look through, see what rapport, like, so I don't have to add any more new rapports. Actually, no, yeah, I do have to, because, or at least not tomorrow. I'll have to add a new rapport for starting Wednesday though, because I'll be done with the Annika rapport tomorrow. We'll kind of just have to see how that goes. I was gonna say, I know one of these was an upgrade. Reinforced hit. Will you transfer? Yes. Sweet. And make sure. All right. Save the inventory. Always make sure that whenever you succeed, you always just transfer shit to inventory so you don't forget. 'Cause I forget all the damn time. I forget all the time. Granted, I always double check to make sure. Like, I always, like, just in case do it before I'm gonna, like, change armor pieces, but still. Better to always just do it ahead of time so you don't have to worry, rather than, like, not do it, forget about it, and then realize that you fucked yourself over on accident. Alright, we need to go to the ability stone person real quick. Because I have ability stone. Goodbye. Down here.
Mom's always so busy.
Wrong way. We're just gonna buy these. There's like, I have 3 legendary ability stones I can buy. I don't know if any of them would be any good. Chances are, the chances of ability stones like actually being good is pretty slim to none. Pretty rare. But it's free gambling, so because it doesn't cost me anything. So we got anything. Spirit absorption, hit master. Is there? I don't think there's anything that runs that combination. Nope. Oh shit, that's really good for my Berserker. Well, for a Berserker technique, Berserker. Actually, that's good for anything that runs Raid Captain. That, I might see if that sells. I don't think anything uses Spirit Absorption Hitmaster, but like I always say, if you don't know if it sells for anything, just check. Just see. Because you never know. Some of the weirdest shit sells for quite a bit of gold sometimes. So, Ability Stone, Legendary, Tier 3. We'll put Spirit Absorption on the first one because that one's all the way down here, and that one doesn't change. And then we'll check Hitmaster first to see if anything uses that. I don't think it does. At least off the top of my head, I don't know of any class that uses Spirit Absorption and Hitmaster. Yeah, they're going for pretty cheap, so I don't think anything does. We could check if the Raid Captain one goes for anything. I don't think there's a... Yeah, that one's pretty cheap, too. I'm kind of debating if I just want to dismantle the stones or just keep them. I think I might just keep the stones, personally. Or at least the Spirit Absorption Raid Captain one. Oh, I forgot I needed to put these up for sale. Oopsies. My bad. Alright. So most of these will be pretty cheap. Let's see. Death Band, 25, 40. What was on this one? Enhanced Fist. 5, 20. I will say that tripods haven't been as consistent as for selling as they were before. I used to be able to almost be guaranteed sales at like 50 to 40 gold, and now it's like maybe sometimes they'll sell for that much and sometimes they might not, but doesn't stop me from trying. Does not stop me from trying at all. Wait, did I? Shit, I think I accidentally dismantled. Oh wait, no, there it is. I was about to be like, did I dismantle that on accident? This could probably go for a decent bit because it's legendary. It's decent enough. It's good enough quality. I just don't know. I think Reflex Sork wants, or Igniter Sork wants this maybe. This Precise Dagger 3 and Hitmaster 3. Like that's really fucking good. Accessories, earrings. Legendary quality is 70. So we'll do 60 or above. That's close enough. Tier 3 with combat stat, engraving. Combat stat is spec with an engraving of Hitmaster and Precise Dagger. I'm looking forward to the update for this because this is one of the quality of life updates that we're getting. Is the auction house one, or the auction market house one. Let's make it less of a pain in the shit to do this kind of stuff. 3 and 3. This one search. See, but this is one thing I don't like about the auction house. Is nobody has this combination up. But that could mean either one of two things. Either nobody has this combination up because people are... Okay, yeah, here we go. It was the quality that was fucking me over. They're being priced for really fucking... I don't know if, like... Maybe I could tempt fate? Because it's 50 cents. He's trying to sell his for 57. Granted, nobody's bidding on them. Nobody's buying them out. So I think I might just, like... kind of match his price, like maybe do like, because what's the difference? That's 248, 238. That's not as big of a difference for spec since it's like pretty close. I'm really tempted on just like kind of matching his price. I'll do like 8,000 and then I'll do like 9,700. We'll see if this sells. This is kind of like a Hail Mary. I don't know if they'll actually sell. But I do know that's a good, that is a good accessory for like sorceresses. I just don't know if they still need accessories for that much. Also, I wanted to see if this would go for anything. I'm saying anytime that you're ever like curious about whether something will go for anything, you just double check it, right? Just throw it in there with the combination of stuff and then just see, because you know you waste a couple, like maybe a minute or two just to double check, and I mean more often than not it's probably going to end up that no, it doesn't sell for much if at all, but sometimes you'll surprise yourself. It's going for 40 gold. I could sell it for that. Mine's 60. I'll put it up for, oh well, he's like well, how much are people bidding on it? No. I'll put mine up for like, let's see, 40 or 100. I don't know. Just YOLO try it. That's the other thing. Sometimes you just have to YOLO try if something will sell. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It just is what it is. Also, just ignore my museum of gems that I'm hoarding for the destroyer. And this needs to go over here. Hold down here. Basically somewhere that's not like somewhere I'm gonna grab. Alright. So I'm going to ocean liner back to Punica so we can just chill amongst the Dailies, and then while I do that, I change to my good luck PvP overlay and do a bunch of PvP. Change the settings to... I could also just do the Song of Return, actually, now that I think about it. I'll do that. Song of Return, because I don't plan on... I do not plan on... I do not plan on leaving Punica on this character anytime soon. Oh, I do need to go to, real quick, before we do PvP, I need to, like, collect the XP from the training camp, so I can start having it collect up on something else. And by something else, I mean the Striker, because that's literally the only class left that won't be 55. Even though he himself should be pretty close. Training camp. 55. Done. Oh yeah. Start training. Yeah, he'll be done pretty quick. But this will be nice for to get done. But again, that stuff I'll go over in in the checklist stream, whenever that would be. That's kind of at the whim of the Smilegate gods. Alright. If I find a quiet corner where there's not a bunch of NPCs that'll just lie at me every time I like load in and out in these PvP matches. Here's good enough. Alright. Let's go. Just some warm up in. See how this goes. Ooh. Ooh, that was fast. Probably a lot of people trying to PvP now. Usually I have faster queues on Monday through Wednesday than I do before. Unless it's like fever time, which I missed on the weekend because I forgot about it. I keep forgetting that there's like on Saturdays the fever time for team deathmatch, which is a really good time to grind for PvP experience because you get more PvP experience and coins during fever. The striker, scrapper, Glaivier versus a Deathblade, Glaivier, and a War Dancer. So basically a mirror match except for me and the Deathblade. So we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. Oh, that one person got really fancy with dyeing their weapons. I think that's the noble noble banquet weapon. Is what that Deathblade's using, and she's got it like pretty colored out. Yeah, what do we got? Oh, I always forget that the freeze for the Phoenix Advent on War Dancers exists. Cause I knew like people were jumping in there. But she jumped in and froze my face. Oh. Stop that. I always love it when they like when I see like a Call of the Wind God and then I just like I'm just like stop that with like Dragon's Advent. Because Dragon's Advent, I can put super armor on it. And I think we just lost a man. Oh shit. That's a tripod I've never seen Deathblade take in PvP. Oh, that was a good dodge. Oh, right. That whirlwind. That whirlwind's definitely better than, like, Follow the Wind God. I'm dead here, though. Yep. Because, like, the tornado for Glaivier lasts deceptively long time, to be honest. And it'll still get you a pretty good knockup. Wow. Right. That was a good stun though. Oh, come on. I even dodged out of that and it still wasn't enough. Shit. I was already like mid-charging blow when I saw that. Bye. Oh, what? Is it me or did that like War Dancer go like invisible for like a second? Gotcha. Bye. Ooh, that was a good catch by the Glaivier though. Like Glaivier's been really good at catching people with her like her stuff. Out turn, baby! Oh, I missed that. I'm bad. Wait, what? I thought they only had like one jump. Telling me War Dancer has like 2 jumps? Oh, I'm so dead here though. Or not. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Almost. I think if I had, I don't know if I was at full shock there when I did the death rattle. Oh, I didn't even know I was number 1. Ooh. That was a good match. The Deathblade had some pretty interesting tripod choices for PvP. I don't think I fought a Deathblade that had that move where it was like stab the ground and then it's like 3 delayed explosions after. Interesting choice. It definitely threw off my timing a bit. So they'd be like, haha, I dodged your move, and then it'd be like, haha, fuck you, it has a delayed portion. And it's just like, oh. Ooh, shit. Oop. There we go. Oh, that's I mean, don't put me as the MVP. That's not good. That's not good at all. What do we have? Paladin. I didn't get a chance to see everything. I think maybe sorcerers. It's a paladin, war dancer, and a sorceress on their side. Oh, bard, paladin, me. That's gonna be interesting. I don't know if I'm good enough on Scrapper to pull this off. Let us stick together. Ooh. Nice. But the... Oh, shit. I hate how you have almost no time to react to Sork's, like, awakening ability. As, like, you have, like, probably about 1 second, and then after that, it's like... It just goes off, and then you're just stuck in there. Ooh, I just barely caught her inside of that. Oh, shit. I thought I could get like the knockdown portion of the thing off before, but I was wrong. Shit. What the fuck is a cooldown on that? You just used it. Bro, that move, that like multi-kick move is so fucking AIDS, I swear. The amount of juggle that move can do when it hits is ridiculous. And the fact that juggles don't have any sort of like diminishing return on them, crazy. Yeah, I kind of like thought this would be the case. I don't have a lot of like skill potential, in my opinion. Oh, they got so lucky. That would have been a knockdown if they hadn't like if I don't know if they plan to cover them. All right, see this is what I'm talking about. How annoying it is to get that you can't flip out of a juggle is ridiculous. Cause like she basically like I touched the ground and I was spamming spacebar and I still couldn't like get out of getting juggled. Getting greedy because I want to kill this war dancer. All right, there we go. It's like getting me killed along the way. Yeah. It's rough because like you have to put in so much work as a scrapper to get a kill in compared to other classes. I feel that it's like even with double supports, it's hard to like pull it off. Yes, yeah, I don't really care about your tornado when I'm like in a tenacity. Because basically, as a scrapper, you can't be in the mix the whole time. Like you're supposed to be like running on the edges, trying to catch people off guard and shit. But in this comp, I have to be in the middle because like I am the damage. And then we can't do anything now. And then fucking electrocution. Come on, come on. What? Oh, it still went off it, but when he electrocuted me, are you serious? I could have sworn that it hadn't gone off yet. Like I'm pretty sure I got electrocuted. Like, ah, that was like 1 second off from killing him. Yeah, I just like I got nothing. I got nothing. I don't have enough super armor to deal with a Zerk and a war dancer when I just have 2 supports, unfortunately. Unfortunate. And then none of my like that's also the frustrating part is so I died after like just before the war dancer died, and even though I hit her a bunch to lock her down, I didn't get an assist for that, and then you get shit battlefield score. And then that's how you tank your MMR and like bronze and shit. Because the game goes, well, you didn't do as you quote unquote didn't do as much as your teammates, so therefore you lose more points. And it's like, well, I guess the enemy was tripping over empty air every time I knocked them down or something. Wasn't me. I don't know, but I think that's kind of that's probably about as good as it can get to show how frustrating it can be to play as a scrapper. Because even with 2 supports, like you just get, if you get focused, you have nothing. Like tenacity doesn't stop you from getting hard CC'd, and so the only thing you have is tenacity. You have a stun that can only really hit like 1 person reliably. I can sometimes catch 2 on the rare occasion, but more often than not, it's really going to hit 1 person. It doesn't have much range on it. So yeah. So this is why I don't like doing. This is why I'm avoiding doing ranked on the scrappers, just because I like PvPing on her. I feel like it's fun. It feels very rewarding when you get stuff off, but realistically speaking, she's terrible for PvP. Like, she's so bad, in my opinion. Compared to what's available, right? Like, I feel like she'd be fine if everybody was kind of more or less on the same field, you know, where everybody else had like all the other melee had really close range stuns, like that kind of stuff. Oh, this is 2 artillerists. I was like, why am I beating up 1 artillerist and then another artillerist is like here? Oh, they're also like a pre-med. Pretty sure. I have a feeling the 2 artillerists are together. Oh, fucking Gatling. Like, the presence of mind you have to have in order to get, like, the Gatling off, or, like, to get the counter for the Gatling off, is kind of insane because you can counter the Gatling pretty easily because the Gatling is just paralysis if you just auto attack. But remembering to auto attack is pretty. Oh shit! I keep forgetting to turn the fucking UI off. As you can see, that's a prime example of why people turn the UI off, especially in unranked, because you can't see shit because of that. The thing in the middle. Like, it's so obtrusive that it's just like... That you just... I completely missed that death blade coming for me. Which was kind of important information. You know, if I do say so myself. Yeah, I'm just getting... Yeah, this is like a pre-made. Just getting comboed to death here. At least the two artillers you can tell are playing together in that. I don't know about the Deathblade, because the Deathblade kind of feels like super aggro, or not a lot of reward. But the artillerists, the way they're like playing off of each other, is definitely fucking hell, dude. Bruh, both of those artillerists just. Okay, explain to me how my thing hit the ground first, and because it even had the effect go off and everything of hitting the ground, and her stupid like whirlwind shit still hit me first somehow. Fucking these two artillers dudes are definitely like playing together. Barely got caught at the end by the flamethrower. Yeah, there's not much to do here. The Deathblade at first was kind of like an easy kill because she was going super aggro, but I think the artillers were just like, yo, just stand next to us, and every time you jump in, one of them throws like some sort of fucking meteor. I used it earlier when they killed somebody. Yeah. That was kind of like the biggest proof is every time, at least you can kind of tell they're the artillers were both working off each other even though they still lost. I think those last two kills probably barely pushed us over. Let's see, what was it? 7. Oh, no, we tied and then we won because we had more damage, I think. No, I don't know why we won. We got more points, I guess. Somehow? I don't know. We won somehow. There's 2, 5. Oh no, we got one more kill. I'm just blind. I thought that was a 2. We killed. Yeah, we got one more kill. At the end there, we were able to kind of like secure it. But you could tell that at the very least, the two artillers like were playing at least together, because every time one got caught, either that or the one artillerist right there who's kind of at the top. He probably is just really good at PvP, because every time like you tried to catch the artiller, like one of the artillerists out, usually the other one threw a bomb, like a missile or a flamethrower, and you know he's just overall obnoxiously annoying, which is kind of what artillerists are really good at. And I don't see that being changed anytime. Like even with the damage reduction nerfs coming, like because artillerists are just annoying to deal with. Period. If anything, they might be even worse because one of their abilities, if I'm not mistaken, is gaining a tripod. Like they have an ability, I think it's a multi-rocket one that has a tripod that gives it a fire effect, and then the fire effect also just they added onto that tripod the fact that it would also just. All right, I don't think this is updating. No, it's not. It's been staying. It'll update later when I swap. Uh, but they get it. They changed one of the they added onto one of the tripods where now it'll set like the target on fire and just deal increased bonus damage, which I think they might start using in PvP. I don't know. That one's gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with. Having an ability hit you harder and catch you on fire, bro. Flamethrower is already a pain in the ass as it is. But that's what it is. This is just the this is the cross you have to bear as a scrapper in PvP. And I don't even know if it's worth it, personally. I feel like I might be better off just doing... I don't know. I have been toying with the idea of playing as a Berserker in PvP. See how that goes, because I know Berserkers are pretty fucking annoying to fight from personal experience. But... I don't know, it might be good, like, a good base to start from, since I plan on PvPing on the Destroyer when that comes out. But... we'll see. We shall see. Alright, let's see. Another artillerist with a bard and a striker, and we have a paladin, gunslinger, and scrapper. Oh, we could probably make this work. We could probably make this work. I think the key here is going to be trying to like shut down the artillerist, because I think the gunslinger should be able to kind of deal with the striker with all of the hits done that she has. At least that's what I'm hoping for. La, la, la. Let's see. Alright, so the artillerist dodges. Oh, that was a good stun. I'm telling you, a good fucking bard is so annoying to deal with. That stun was on point. But I was about to like deal with that artillerist. Well, not deal with him, but you know, he was gonna be in for pain because oh, they all had immunity, right? I don't feel like that's one thing I kind of wish was a little more obvious. I don't feel like it's very obvious when gotcha. Gotcha. Thanks. Too slow. I don't understand the chicken timing personally. Like, it definitely feels like he beat me there to it. Wow. Yeah. Because that's what makes the Gatling combo like annoying to deal with on an artillerist, is it gives him enough hit stun that you can kind of just combo into the whatchamacallit, their stun, right? So the recovery from it is pretty rough. Oh, that was good. Yeah, Chelish has been really good at like countering stuff. Oh, what? I got knocked down from something, but I don't know what. Bye. Yeah, I knew she was hunting for that, the stun. Oh, he came from a blind spot. I didn't see him. Bye. Bruh, I feel like Gatling in like PvP should have reduced range, personally. Oh, come on. Explain to me how that didn't hit him, please. Like, explain. He was definitely well within range. Fuck. So fuck. That's the one main weakness with charging blow. Charging blow has good knockdown, but you have to actually get the knockdown animation off before, and if you don't, you basically anytime up until you get the knockdown animation off is you're just like free game. Oh, accidentally pushed them out of that. Yeah, that was a bad Ooh, that was a good stun from the bard though. I'm so dead, yeah. That was a team wipe. Yep. If that bard stun hadn't like come in. Alright. Bye. Ooh. Nice. That was a nice little wrap up there. I don't know if he was just too he was too committed to the move he did, but like I don't think the artillerist was too happy when he caught double dragons to the side of the head. I don't think he was very happy with that. He was a good artillerist though. Him and the bard were kind of insane. At least that's how my feel for how they were doing was, as they're pretty good. The bard stuns were really good. Whenever like we were trying to like kill someone, she was just always there, or she was at least in the general vicinity to try to like stun people. The artillerist is pretty good. He was, you know, he would do some pretty good opportunities. We're trying to roll over and like, you know, luckily every time I chained destruction fist, I somehow had dodge up. So whenever he tried to like nuke me, I would just like dodge out of the way. No big issue. But just trying to get better little by little. The problem is I wish that like, I don't know, like I'll do like unranked and I'll get on like a pretty good win streak in unranked, and I don't know if it's still the same, but before season started, the way that unranked worked was your MMR is based on like the session. So like as long as you remained logged in on that roster, your MMR fluctuated based on you winning and losing. So if you go on a win streak, it's going to try to match you with people that are also on win streaks, so presumably better players. And so if you continue your win streak, it just keeps trying to pitch against better and better players. And then like I go to competitive, and then my first match, it's like, you know, like, well, like on Friday, I did like I did two ranked matches. Again, both were close losses, but losses nonetheless. And they lost me like 50, 60 MMR when I was already pretty low to begin with. Like, doesn't make me want to play unranked. Like, I don't know. The when an MMR system like doesn't make you want to play ranked is, in my opinion, it's a pretty shit MMR system and kind of needs some change. I don't know. I try not to talk too much about the MMR because I feel like a lot of the PvP people and ones that know more and have played more than I have already harped enough about it, but I'm still like surprised that they had the audacity to bring the pretty shit MMR that they replaced in all the other regions to our region. Pretty surprised. Like, I don't know if they just didn't think anybody would care. I don't know if they thought that maybe the West liked harder MMR climbs or something, which kind of just shows how little they spent how little time they spent looking into it. Because I can tell you one thing is that Western players hate really hard MMR climbs. There's a reason World of Warcraft doesn't do this style, because this is like almost WoW style of like of getting like Grand Marshal and High Warlord like back in the day in Classic. Hey, this is pretty equivalent to that. All right, kind of gonna try to protect the sharpshooter, because I feel like Got me on the tail end. I don't even, what was that move? That's a move I'd never, or at least I'd never gotten hit by it if. Right, double Shadow Hunter is gonna be kind of annoying. Ooh. Oh my god. Yeah, this is fucking pain, dude. This is just so much pain. The two Shadow Hunters, that's gonna suck. Because Shadow Hunters are like melee ranged hybrids in like the truest sense. And they're like a really good like Shadow Hunter is just rough to deal with. And then you have a Zerk kind of just like who's also really good at covering them. Like this Zerk's really good too. Well, I wouldn't say really good, but pretty good. Better than me. But I don't know why I stopped moving there. Like I don't think it was the fear. Like my character just, or at least like the fear effect was like delayed. Ooh, good catch. Oh, she's in cockroach mode. See there again, like I was hitting the D key, like my chain destruction fist key, and it just wasn't going off. Ooh, that was a good catch. I was a little too slow on the stun, so she was able to immune it by flipping up. Yeah, this is rough to deal with. Where is our pathway? Oh, she's not using the like circle laser. Oh shit. Oh, see this one, man. I'm telling you, like, they're so annoying to like deal with. Oh shit! I got caught in the thing. I don't know what stopped her from catching me there, but I think it might have been the sharpshooter. Shit. I'm really bad at reacting to like information coming in, as like I should have had enough. That orb was out before I pushed the actual dragon's advent, but it was granted though that unranked was basically how usually most of my ranked matches go. But see, and this is what I'm confused about. This is why I don't understand the battlefield system, right? We have similar damage. Oh, I guess I got more assists, so I guess that's what it is. But the point is that I don't understand how assists work because I obviously punched everything in there. We have similar damage. I took less damage, but I lost by like I had like 220 points less. It's just I guess because of the assists. I mean, in my opinion, assists should go to everybody because there was like at least two of the last two kills. I definitely was hitting them before they died. That's why I don't get it. I don't think a battlefield score system should belong anywhere in PvP, in my opinion. In any sort of like team PvP, actually in PvP in general, I just don't think it should. I feel like when you do like individual scoring, a lot of people go, oh, well, you should because I'm better than my teammates. I'm like, well, if you're chasing kills and leaving your teammates to die, are you really that much better? Just because you have more kills. If you have, you know, skills in your kit that you could have used to save them. Like, you know, as a Deathblade, you have so much juggling potential. But more often than not, most Deathblades, they chase after kills, and then they'll leave, say, like their Bard, or even their like extra DPS that they have on their team, basically just getting juggled and killed in a corner by like 2 people. Or even 1 person, like maybe they just got caught and they don't have a way to escape. And instead of throwing an ability over to help them, more often than not, most DPS classes will chase after kills instead. They'll chase after somebody else. Does that make you a better player? Not really, not in my opinion. I mean, I guess it's debatable. It depends on like who you ask. I think to like the average player, they're like, well, I got more kills, so that means I'm a better player. And like to me, I'm like, well, if you got those kills by sacrificing your teammates, to be honest, you're coming out equal. Because if you're trading kills, you're not winning. So I don't think individual performance has any in any actual team-based PvP environment has any sort of like standing. That's just kind of my opinion on it, personally. And I even say this when I get high battlefield scores. It's just, I don't think it. I think it fosters like a really bad habits and really bad mentality in players, that when they get into higher like ranks and higher, well, it's the main reason why people say that like you have the pub lords and the ranked lords, and then you have the tournament players, because tournament players don't give 2 shits about the battlefield score, right? They don't care what the game thinks you did or didn't. They just care about whether they win or lose. And if you're coming in and, you know, maybe you're not the best at like securing kills, but maybe you're pretty good at, you know, knocking people down and stuff like that, or like CCing people out of bad situations, which I think I have a relatively good, like, I think that tends to be what I am the best at, is using my abilities to kind of like try to keep my teammates alive. At least that's how I think I perceive myself. And the game just doesn't have a way to know that, right? So I don't know. That's my take on the battlefield, on like individual scoring systems, and like especially in a team-based like scenario. Like I think maybe if it's like last man standing, it has a place, right? Because you could be like, all right, you know, you need to do a little bit more effort or something when it's your turn, that kind of thing. Because while it's technically a team, it's still also like individually based, right? So that could probably be like you could convince me of an argument for there, but I don't think in like an actual team-based scenario. All right, that has a bigger hitbox than I thought. I don't think it really has a place. Ooh. The artillery's got stuck. Ooh, oh, they have a gun launcher. I forgot about him. I honestly forgot about him. Demoge. Oh, he back hopped that. And I don't think that was on purpose. Something tells me that was on accident. Ooh, smart. Very smart. Oh, great. Here comes the stupid cheese combo for gun lancers everywhere. It's like, what is it? Gun lancers and bards, I think, are like the 2 people that are the 2 classes that am I really I'm just gonna get fucking wrecked in here. Yeah, there's just nothing I can do. I feel like that was kind of a sign of what I was talking about earlier, where like you can, if you're fighting 2v1, that usually means, and you haven't killed anybody, which we haven't, like I think we just now killed, this is the first time we've killed somebody. It's kind of like easy to tell that we should probably check where the other guy is, kind of thing, because he's probably getting 2v1 in a corner like I was. This gunslinger's pretty good though. Shadowhunter, available, but she has the benefit of having like teammates cover for her. right? He's like immune to anything while he's in that shield. What? Alright. That thrust impact like sucked me back into it itself. There's no way. I was so out of that, and then all of a sudden I appeared in the middle of that player's model. I'm just running away because Gunslinger wants to like freeze me. Does that have super armor? And why did it come out faster than any of my shit? Oh shit, that was, oh that's bad. That's bad. That's really bad. Ah! Pretty sure that Gunslinger knows I literally have nothing for her. Like, Gunslingers and Deadeyes are like the one class that like, they just have more things than I can deal with. Because every time, like, you only have so many buttons as a, There we go. Oh, nice cover by the Shadow Hunter though. Oh, so secured the kill. Nice cover by the, Ooh. Yeah, the ticking. Nice. Nice. That was a good catch at the end there. Still lost though. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Oh, we lost by score this time actually. Because it was 2-2-1, 5-1. Oh no, we lost by 1. I don't know why I can't math today. My brain just shuts off. Yeah, we lost by 1 kill. I think I could have. I definitely think I could have tied it because I think the Gun Lancer was low there, but I didn't notice because I only knew the Shadow Hunter was low. So I killed the Shadow Hunter, and then I'm pretty sure the Gun Lancer was also. I think he was low enough. I could have killed him instead of running back. Though I don't know if I hadn't run back, if like the Gunslinger would have killed the Shadow Hunter or not. Because even though she caught her with a delayed like what was it? I think the spikes, they came out anyway after she stunned the Shadow Hunter. I think after that, I think I knocked her down after, so that probably saved enough time to keep the Shadow Hunter from dying, but maybe I should have just stuck with the Gun Lancer. To be fair, I was just afraid of Gun Lancers. Gun Lancers are fucking scary in 1v1s. They have, like, they pop that shield and they're just immune to CCs, basically, while they're in that shield. And even then, they have a, like, they have that super cheese combo, right? So it's the cheese combo is the chains out, which they pull you in, and then it stuns your character long, like, it pulls you in, you're hit stunned for, like, about a second, which is long enough for them to get the stun off. So then they stun you, and then they supercharge the like the front ability thing they do, and and then it's just like it does so much damage. So I was honestly kind of terrified that he was gonna like catch me in that combo there at the end. I was like, I'm just gonna leave him alone. Just gonna leave him alone. They're pretty good matches all around though. That one definitely was pretty close. The Gunslinger was pretty good though, but once we were able to like kill her, we could kind of like at least like deal enough damage to the other two that we could then secure them for kills later, even when the Gunslinger was out. Try to like 2v1 the Gunslinger. But the Gunslinger was just, first of all, I felt like for a little bit of that, she had a little bit of a vendetta or something, because every time I like popped my head on her screen, she just come charging at me. I'm like, nope, nope, nope. I want nothing to do with that. Because the problem, right, is that you're like, oh, well, just super armor. Yeah, you super armor, which usually makes you stand still, right? Well, as a scrapper, you have to stand all your super armor except for Dragon's Advent, which she was really good at dodging because she would always just dexterity shot out of the way. Is the only like super armor ability that I probably could have tried to catch her when she's chasing me, but even then, probably not, because she could just wait for me to, she could just dodge, wait for me to land, and then just freeze me. Like, basically, it's the freeze. You're playing around a freeze when you're playing facing a Deadeye or a Gunslinger. That grenade freeze. And it's a really low cooldown too. I think it's like 6 seconds on the grenade or some shit like that. So they basically are going to have it almost every time. So your big thing is you're just trying to dodge around, like not get hit by that grenade and make them waste it, and then try to use that timing to kind of like do something, and hope that her team doesn't come and like stop you from beating the shit out of her. Because that's the other thing, right? It's a 3v3, so even if you outplay the grenade toss or like anything, so like not just grenade toss, but any form of CC or stuff, all it takes is one teammate running up to kind of delay long enough for that to come back off cooldown, and then you're just like, you're just there, right? Oh shit. I'm pretty sure it's a plus 20 gun lance. This man is a juiced. Ah, they popped the shield. Run away. Wait for that to fall off. They missed that. Oh. Alright, good to know that on a chain destruction fist trumps a death rattle. Oh. I'm so bad at like keeping track of my shot. Cause like right there, I thought I had enough shot to do something, and I didn't. Give it in the shield. Just chill in the shield a bit. Oh, what the hell is this? First I've ever seen that before. Ooh. Being way too greedy. Run away. Oof, there you go. There you go. Secured the kill. To be careful because I'm pretty low on health. Secured that kill. I'm just gonna run over here. I spread out from the gun lancer because I don't want them to get like a double kill on us. Because the point is that like, even if like say I die, right, I still want them to like to waste the resources. Oh, that was a good shield. If I could hit the ground, I could like get in here and do something. Oh shit! I got what stopped me there? I think the ability might have like dealt damage off. Cause like I kind of got like staggered it back into the bard thing, which I was trying to avoid. Oh, that was a good. I didn't move my mouse enough. Oh, not charged back into that. Bye. Bye. Basically free kill when you see that as a. Oh, I didn't have enough. See, that's what I'm telling you. Like, it's so hard. Like, I really wish I could just have a bar under my fucking character that. I'm so fucked there. All my shit's just on cooldown. I wish I could have a bar under my character so I could see my shock and shit. Cause like, I'm pretty sure I could have killed the. If I had a little bit of shock, enough shock to punch him with the roundup sweep, could have killed that bard. But, well, if I had, well, actually no. Not that. If I had enough, like, I don't know. It's so dangerous as a scrapper to look at your bar every time, because getting caught once and you're fucked. As a, right? I feel like that's how it is for most classes, but I feel especially for Scrapper, you get caught, you're just fucked. So having to look down every time to see how much shock I have, like it'll come down to like it comes down to like just experience and practice, where you just get a feel for when you're like, oh, I need to hit a button to give myself more shock. But I don't know, I always find myself, especially in that fight, because it was so go 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 the whole time. I find myself often like not having enough either stamina or shock, which is kind of, it is where it gets a little infuriating that our abilities, you know, play off of basically 2 mana bars, is essentially what these are. That just ricochet back and forth as you push buttons. But that's the name of the game. What do we got here? Shadowhunter, Gunlancer, Glaivier versus a Gunslinger, Scrapper, Gunslinger. Ooh. It's gonna be a little rough. Because Shadowhunters are really good against like gunslingers. At least a good Shadowhunter is good against like, you know, a good Shadowhunter versus a good gunslinger. Good Shadowhunter is probably gonna win. A shitty Shadowhunter versus a shitty gunslinger. Gunslinger's probably gonna win. But then on top of that, they have a Gunlancer and a Glaivier. That's gonna be a little rough. I'm just gonna try to like play around my gunslingers to try to keep them safe. Oh, while keeping myself. Oh my god! Right, a gunlancer that knows what he's doing. When did I use my stun? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The cheese. I'm so fucking dead. Like, yeah, there's no surviving that. To be fair, I was very, very overstretched, but I knew this was like an uphill fight from the get-go. Oh shit, I turned off too much shit. Oh my god. It's on cooldown still. Oh my goodness, what's the cooldown on the parry? I swear that parry is like a 2-second cooldown almost, is what it feels like. Shit. Die fucking yet. Dude. Like Gunlancers? So rough as a melee class, dude. Especially that one. Like, he knows what he's doing. Which sucks. Oh, damn it. I was gonna try to, like, catch him while he was trying to kill, but... Oh. I could die. I'm gonna die for free, though. He's coming. He's coming. What? Bro, the range. The range. Crazy. Oh, that might have tied up the score though, so we gotta be. Ooh. Take it. Just say I was bait. Can't even get off the ground. Nice. I think we should have come out on top. Man, this is rough. You don't got your flip against like a lot of classes? Wow. I dealt like no damage. I just kept getting like this fucking gun lancer was insane. He's probably the best one I've ran into so far. But yeah, like this is one of the reasons I say the like I know myself I didn't do very well on it, but that's also just because like gun lancer and shadow hunters are pretty rough opponents for a scrapper. In all honesty, it's not like, how should I say this? In melee, like melee against melee, because like ranged are pretty hard for scrappers, because it's like melee versus ranged, right? So you're using a lot of your stuff to close in on them, and then when you actually get to them, you don't have a lot of stuff like left over to deal with them, from what it feels like to me personally, like from personal experience. A lot of this is just from personal experience. While melee to melee, I think like gun lancers and like shadow hunter, aside from like the obvious guys, so like, you know, obviously berserkers and deathblades suck just because they have a lot of CCs and a lot of super armors, so they can be annoying. Berserker not so much. Berserker I think it's pretty even if I'm fighting a berserker and it's like me and him 1v1. It's kind of like whoever fucks up first kind of loses kind of thing. Even though I guess I'd say berserker has a slight advantage over the fact that he has mountain crash and sword storm, which both give him earthquakes. So you fuck up, you're fucked, because you get earthquake, that's hard CC. He then can unload like red dust, finishing strike, like everything else on you. He fucks up, he basically has to fuck up twice for scrapper, unless you can somehow catch him with the stun, because scrapper on the other hand gets knockdowns. Like he just gets a lot of knockdowns. It's just that when you consider the fact that, I guess that's where I get a little annoyed when I say like it doesn't have as much stuff as other classes, because you have a ranged knockup, an electrocution beam, plus 2 ranged moves as a shadow hunter, on top of having I think like 2 super armor skills. I know one for sure is the like the big demon one. That one definitely has to have super armor. There's been so many times I've like dragon advented on top of somebody with it and it's just nothing happens. In the end I get fucked because super armor, like on dragon's advent, super armor only lasts until you land. So you know, so when you're trying to see the results of your dragon jump, if you're trying to use it offensively, if you did great, cool. If you did bad, you're like have an 80% chance you're about to get fucked on, because you don't really have a good escape outside of your dodges. So that's why you don't try to initiate without a dodge, but that's also hard because, you know, you're trying to dodge everything. So trying to be like, don't initiate without your dodge, sometimes you're just like, well, if I do that, I'm just never going to initiate at all because my dodge is always on cooldown in some fights. Double paladins and a sorceress. Okay then, this will be interesting. This will be interesting. The name of the game is a shit ton of damage reduction. I didn't even see him. Oh, accidentally like jumped into her Ooh, I didn't even see what electrocuted me there. Oh, I think I got caught in the paladin's thing. Because I don't think she threw out an electrocution. We're all at like pretty low health, and we lost all that health to fight. What, to like kill one paladin? Son of a bitch. What? Bruh. I was off to the side. There's just no fucking way. Bruh. At least they've used their support stuff. She didn't catch me. He fucking caught me. That's so me. That's so rude. Even though I don't even know where he came from, because on my screen, at least to me visually, I didn't see him. Oh my god, I didn't have any stamina. Crying out loud. Oh my goodness. I'm just fucked. Like, I just have no idea what I can do here as a scrapper to kind of like alleviate the situation. Personally. Because like I try to go in there and the paladins will lock me down. They have a good chunk. I can't deal too much damage to them. Trying to bait them to the... Fuck. I was trying to bait them to the artillerist, but they're doing a good job of just staying away from the artillerist, and they can do that because they are up in damage. No paralysis immediately on that. We almost had it, but the shields were just too much to fight through. Unfortunate. Yeah, I just, like, something like that, I just don't know what to do. In Scrapper, it's just like, I try to go in. Every time I go in, I just get stopped. I get, you know, caught by one paladin, then juggled by the other paladin, then, like, tased by the sorceress. And I'm just like, I don't really know what to do there. And I've tried watching videos. And to be honest, like, the consensus I've seen from a lot of people that are like masters or like diamond masters, grandmasters, like for scrappers, like at least from what I watched like a while back, it's generally the same thing. Like I see a lot of them going, I don't know what to do here. Like, and I'm just like, bruh, if you don't know what to do here at that rank, how the hell am I supposed to know what to do? How am I supposed to learn from you if you're saying the same shit I'm saying? It's so bad. It's just so bad. I'm just like, please tell me, show me the ways, because it's a struggle down here. And all I'm getting from them is like, yo, it's a struggle up here too, bro. Shit. For the most part, it seems that it's just like, at an even playing field, Scrapper's kind of just like weak on the PvP side of things. It's just... Because that's the, I would say that's the one downside of not being able to use class engravings, is I mean Scrappers would be unplayable in PvE. I feel if it had an engraving that required you to go back and forth, like just actively manage, because like unfortunately the UI for Lost Ark, I don't think would be able to fit in having a shock and stamina bar like under your health bar or something, because that's what you need really, because with engravings you basically just ignore the middle. It's like the only class that you don't ignore the middle, the only engraving you don't ignore it completely is shock training, because you want to have at least I think it's like 75% or more shock before death rattling. But for the most part, you don't, like, if your death rattle's on cooldown, you're just ignoring it, because you generate enough shock with the engraving and the focus tripods that it doesn't really matter. But like in PvP, it's so rough. I feel it's just rough to like it's just rough because you have to keep glancing down, but like that glance could literally mean death if you look, because there's been times I'm like, how much do I have, and I look down and then I look up and I got sniped from the corner by like a fucking gunslinger, and then I just get just destroyed and just lose like half my health, and I'm like, great, trying to see how much fucking shock I have made me almost die. Goddamn work hazard. Need workers comp. Alright, Shadowhunter Deathblade with Glaivier Deathblade. Double Glaivier is gonna be annoying, especially if they both are running the tornado. That's the sunset armor, but yeah, they made the sunset armor, but they didn't make the sunset weapon. Because I'm pretty sure that's not what the sunset weapon spear looks like. I'm pretty sure that's what the Chaos Dungeon spear looks like. Yes. Bye. Ooh. Yeah, I did that with too little shock. You think I don't know that you have, alright, like this, the Glaivier is one where it's like, if they're running around in spear stance, it's because they want to like parry you. Like one of the more obvious ones. Oh. While Gun Lancer, you're like, they're gonna parry me or? Bye. Oh, I always forget they have like, you can't just like CC them when they first come out. Ooh, nice. That was good. Oh, they don't have the full combo set down. With a tornado, you have to wait a bit for people to drop back down before you use the thing. That's a rare instance of being able to hit like 2 people at once with the thing. Oh. Wow. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, does it? I didn't know it does that like that. I always thought it was just in place, because like in like chaos dungeons, it's like I've never seen it. All right, the stupid like corner. I got sniped with the death blade there at the end. Like shoot. I never knew that tornado moves. I always thought the tornado just stayed in place. As like chaos dungeons like the only experience I have with it. So it's like in chaos dungeons you always have something in front of you when you're hitting it. So it's kind of like ooh. Oh my god, stun. Woo. So fucked though. That's what you get for trying to parry. Bro, does that have super armor? I could have sworn I hit them with the uppercut and it didn't like didn't do like anything. And maybe I missed. I don't know. That'd be insane if that has super armor. That's an ability that hurts when they hit with it. We did better. Did a lot better. A lot more damage. Yeah, see, sometimes I have games like against like Glaiviers, they're annoying, but I feel like because like that one was kind of just a bunch of like 1v1s or like, you know, I was like 1v1ing someone in a corner and they were 2v2ing. And so like when I have like matches like that, I can usually do really well. Because I feel like that's where Scrapper's forte kind of is like you kind of try to take one person out of the fight and like keep them in a corner and then hope your team can at least like kill the other, like what someone else on their 2v2s. I feel like Scrapper really struggles when it comes into like just a straight 3v, like just a straight on like all 6 players are all fighting the same area. Because I feel like you have a lot of lockdown, but you don't have a lot of ways to protect yourself. Because all your lockdown is knockdown, right? And you can flip out of knockdowns. So if you knock down 3 people, unless you can knock them all down again at the same time, one of them is going to be able to get up to stop you. So, and it's not very easy to juggle more than one person when you are. Let's see, Striker, Scrapper, Sork versus a Shadow Hunter, Gunslinger, Gunslinger. That's gonna be pretty rough. Mostly because of the gunslingers, because I still don't really have a handle on how to handle gunslingers and Deadeyes. But yeah, so that's kind of just my take on it a little bit. For a second, like I thought that Striker was like a war dancer, and I was like, when the hell did War Dancer get the headband? Then I remembered it was a Striker. Very effeminate looking Striker at that. I think I'm gonna like try to play Protect the Sorceress, because this is a really bad comp for her to face. I get hurt. This is a bad comp for me to face. I'm just gonna hug the Sork. I got nothing. I got no stamina. Oh, great. Oh. Almost. That, oh my god, dude. That like mid-air freeze sucks every time it happens. Where's my Striker at? I'm gonna wait for the Sork. Sork, protect me. Striker's probably getting bullied to death over here, yeah. There's not much like we can do. I was low health. He's like, oh yeah, I'm dead here. I'm just dead here. Yeah. Like, to be honest, like, we should just be playing around the Zerk, because the Zerk has a lot of stuff that could, like, protect us. Going in as hard as he is, like, just trying to get, like, a kill in with is kind of not really how we should be handling this. At least in my opinion. Ooh, that was a good electrocution. Like, he's so aggro. And we don't even need to be. Fuck, I got frozen. Fuck. Yeah, like, he's being way too aggro, in my opinion. They have so much, like, form of CC that we just don't. That, and they have more range than we do, right? But that's the double caveat, is they have a lot of CC and then they have a lot of range on top of that. So oh my god, the fact that gunslinger shotguns deal like full damage at the entire like radius of their hit is, as someone who plays enhanced weapon Deadeye, makes me so mad. Personally. The very fact that they won't remove that from enhanced weapon makes me so angry. What? My character like slowed down there. God, I just never have shock for anything. Just never have shock for anything. Anytime I want to deal damage, I don't have any fucking shock. Alright, so he finally killed that. Oh my god, like that's the fucking that's the story of my life in PvPs. I just never have resources to do anything that I want. See, like, and this is where I don't agree with the battlefield score thing. Like, yeah, he got 3 kills, but I'm pretty sure all 3 of those came off of like Zerk and me doing stuff, because he didn't deal that much more damage than we did, you see? So, but he took, like, a lot. And, well, he died as much as the Zerk did. But this is what I'm getting at with the battlefield thing. Like, a lot of the Zerk's deaths could have been avoided if he was with us. Because he could have, like, picked up the slack in areas that I couldn't, just because I had shit on cooldown. But the way the battlefield score system, is, at least the way it currently scores, it does not promote teamwork. It does, like, at all. It does not promote teamwork in the least. Like, it promotes teamwork if you're winning. If you're like Snowball just wrecking the enemy team, yeah, it's great teamwork. Like, because, you know, you all work together and even then, depending on, maybe not. But like, when you're losing, it just doesn't promote teamwork. It's just like, go out there and deal damage, because if you don't deal damage, you're gonna get a bad battlefield score. Because I personally think the Zerk was probably the entire reason we just didn't get like completely one-sidedly killed in that. Because Zerk, again, we don't have as much CC as they do, and we are outranged because, like, what is it? Like, all of their CC is ranged. You know, you have Spiral Tracker Grenade on Zerk ×2, so there's four ranged stuns there basically. The Spiral Tracker is paralysis, but let's be honest. The amount of times that a player below like masters that can like on his toes counter a Spiral Tracker without catching him off, like, it's pretty rare. And then you have spikes, and an electrocution beam for hard CCs, and then you have death cutter and cruel cutter and throw weapons as on the Shadow Hunter. Like, we're outranged. We're outgunned. We gotta... I think if he had played that a little less aggro and a little closer to the Zerk, we probably could have won that. At least that's my take on it. That's my opinion, is that I think that if he had played like closer back, we could have won that a bit more. and he wouldn't have gotten bullied in a corner. The most dangerous scrappers or strikers I've ever faced are the ones that aren't just like trying to chase you down every second of every day. They're the ones that literally like they camp on the edge waiting for you to flip out of a knockdown to then come over and just juggle the shit out of you. The strikers that I usually do well against are the ones that are just constantly chasing you because they're just using all of their cooldowns to chase you. And then you can usually bait them to come into your team because they're chasing you, and then you... Oh, it's a Soul Fist. Oh, I suck against Soul Fist. I'm not even gonna lie. I suck against Soul Fist. They're really good, in my opinion, in PvP. They just have so much stuff. They have a... What is it? It's like that ribbon they shoot out. There's like a ranged stun that's really strong. It's really good. They have the move that like... What is it? It like shoots out 3 like key blasts, which if I'm saying it's like it's also like I think it has super armor. At least that's I think I don't know off the top of my head. I think you can put tenacity on it. I don't know. I just feel like they're so strong in PvP. I don't know when to initiate on this. I guess now. Ooh. One of these days I'll get off the floor. I'm just getting demolished over here. Oh my goodness. The sound went off for oh my god, I forgot about that tornado can hurt your, like, it's really good for 1v1s, but it's really bad for your team. Oh shit, I got stuck in that. I'm kind of fucked. Because since it picks people up, you can't deal damage to them while they're picked up. Can't believe that missed. I'm so fucked. Shit. Shit. I missed. Like if I'd aimed that properly, they would have died. If I'd aimed like that was just me being bad. Like that was just me being bad there. Should die to this, yes. Oh. You gotta get out of there. Stop, 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 back it up. Stop. Dude, why are you trying to fight next to their spawn when they have a full health paladin about to... See, this is the problem. There we go. Finally, after you lost like the remaining portion of your health. Kind of lagged there a little bit. Ooh. I am surprised that worked, like at all. Good. Just get juggled for days. Fuck. Again, I'm really bad at aiming my roundup sweeps. I don't even know why. It's a huge fucking hitbox. It's like you're throwing like a 20-foot pipe at things. And then I still miss it. Kind of trying to just keep him. There we go. Oh shit. Nice. It was a little touch and go there at the beginning. Glaivier was a little too aggressive in my opinion. I feel like Glaivier is like really good when they're kind of like. Also, this again, like this paladin was really good. Like, I feel like the enemy paladin was a little better, to be honest. And again, like this is kind of what I'm talking about, the battlefield scores. I feel that utility wise and like being on top of his team, this paladin was actually better than our paladin. But me and the Glaivier were able to kind of like throw out enough CCs towards like from the middle of the match onwards that it didn't really matter. But even with him like being on the winning team and dealing more damage than the enemy paladin, because I think the enemy paladin was just focusing more on trying to keep his team alive as much as possible, because he had a lot of shields, and I saw him trying to put out a lot of God's laws and stuff. He still had like 400 to 600 less than we do. Like, how is this fair to supports, right? Like, I don't think this is fair at all. Even though, and don't get me wrong, supports can deal damage. Like, I've gotten fucking wrecked by bards and paladins, but like, I don't know. I feel like that's just more evidence to, or more yeah, I guess evidence to support my my idea that battlefield score just isn't good for team-based games. All right, we're gonna do one last match, and then after this we're going to, I'm just gonna do alts, just do my alt dailies for the next, like, I don't know, however long this next match takes after that, until like the 50-ish, the 50, 55, no, the 55, because Harmony Isle is pretty close to Rohendel. The 55. I'll just do Una daily tasks. Even though all of my alts are parked in Arthetine at the moment, because they were all completing the guild weekly for Hazardous Waters, doing their one completion. So, I mean, I feel like, and like that's the other thing, is like it's hard for, in PvE, I'm like, man, you can feel yourself getting better, right? In PvP, I don't have any of that at all. Like, I can't tell whether I'm getting better, if I'm not. Like, you know, I guess we'll wait and see, like, how by the end of this week, or by the end of this, because I think what I'm gonna do, I think I'm just gonna avoid, because like for instance, you can see this is my MMR, like 1190. I have a 37% win rate. I think a part of that is also just because a lot of people in bronze are just playing Deathblades and Berserkers, and I'm just not very good against them on Scrapper. From my personal experience, at least. I think I'm just gonna this whole like week, I'm gonna just do solo queue and unranked to try to just see if I can get used to it, and see maybe I can get enough like I guess like instinct off of it, because like the point is, the other reason I'm avoiding like unranked, right, is because I still have slightly bloated MMR. Like I don't have the super bloat at like 30. I'm like doing 30-40 levels, like points worth of going up and down, but I'm doing like I think I'm in the 20s, like so from 25 to like 20 points is what I can get. After that, I think it parks at like 15, and then you're just constantly winning and losing 15, and it makes it really hard to climb out of bronze, because bronze has 1500 levels or some shit like that worth of points to climb. So I'm kind of trying to gain as much experience as I can in unranked to then go do ranked, to try to at least use what's left of my like bloated, like artificially bloated MMR, which I don't personally agree with. Also, I think that's the paladin we had last game on our side, which I don't personally agree with, but that's also a plus 20 scrapper. Holy shit. Juiced. Huh? What are we talking about? Oh. I messed up my shot generator. Alright. See how this goes. Ooh. Oh, fucking bruh, I'm telling you, it's so annoying. Why doesn't my shit suck people in, right? I wish my double dragons like sucked people into them. Bro, could you imagine how broken double dragons would be if they did that? Just do like an invisible fucking tornado where they're gonna land. Bruh, hop off these nuts. Oh shit. I thought I could still get out of that. I thought I come on, 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 come on. Oh, I'm so fucking dead. I'm so fucking dead. Come on, stun, stun, stun. Oh, thanks for the save. That was such a good save. Cause like I don't have any paralysis immunity. I don't know. Oh. I was hoping that I could like either dodge them with a jump over, to like stun them, knock them down inside of the fire for a bit. What? Oh. Right, like, there's always something going off in this fucking match. Like, every time I try to stand still to do something, there's always an ability going on. Oh, damn it, dude. I knew that was coming. I was trying to, like, dodge out of that. Because, like, they always follow it up with the, whatchamacallit, the freeze. So the thing with the freeze is that it only freezes you on the second one. Like, the first one doesn't freeze you. So I try to, like, get away from it on the, I kind of rubber banded there a little bit. Oh shit, that was a good catch on their part. Oh shit. Oh, what the f— oh, they just collapsed in. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm just gonna run away. I want nothing to do with this. And unfortunately we need like another kill because we're down a kill. I just want nothing to do with this dude. I have like no health. I'm just gonna stay in the fire because we have one kill. We're up one kill. No. Why? I'm pretty sure if they had just kept running, we probably would have been able to win that. Oh well. Good effort, though. Good effort. I'm pretty sure if we had been able to, we probably could have won that at the end if instead of them chasing for the extra kill, they had kind of just like pulled back. Because I feel that, yeah, I did really poorly this match. That's on me. Well, I feel like every time I have well, I think this is the issue when you have like two scrappers, right? Is when one scrapper does something, you don't have much variation in like what you need to, like in the order that you need to do things. Also, so that was the last match for today. So time to do daily stuff. But so when you have double scrappers, it's actually not that good. Because scrappers have a very specific order they need to do things in to do like any amount of damage. And when you have two scrappers, when one scrapper does it, that opponent already mentally knows, like already has the mental instinct of, okay, there's two scrappers, so this scrapper who's coming after me with doing the same exact moves in the same exact order is trying to do the same stuff. And unfortunately, that's just... Scrapper is one of those classes that you do not want two of them on the same team in PvP. Because it doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. Because, again, you have to... well, first of all, they're not good to have on the same... like, two on the same team just because they're more of like a hit and run specialist. So, in order to hit and run, you need team members that can fight. So if you have two hit and runs, you're kind of leaving that one team member kind of fucked. So there's that. I don't know. It's just rough. I don't think I've never had a match where I did very good when I had another scrapper. Like me personally, because like I feel that every time I would try to initiate, the scrapper themselves had just initiated, so they're already expecting fresh. And it's just like, if you're the second scrapper to go on a team, you're probably gonna be kind of boned because they're probably gonna be expecting you. Like they're probably gonna know what you're trying to do, because the first scrapper literally just did everything that you are about to try to do. So I don't know. It's no bueno. Makes me sad. But it was I definitely did. I could have played that better. I feel like this is also like my other tack on is I feel like you should be able to change presets like pre-match. I feel like like in that little pre-match thing where you're in the arena thing, they should just take that from World of Warcraft. Like it's funny, they took the shitty ranking system from World of Warcraft, but they didn't take the nice thing of being able to change like your talents while in the while looking at the enemy team. Because like if I had known that I was gonna get paired with another scrapper, I would have had to taken a different set, or I had to take my second preset. It's not better than the first preset, which is the one that all scrappers run, but it would have given me more options to play with. Like it's a different play style basically, so it could have helped me kind of fuck with the enemy a little bit, where they'd be like, all right, this scrapper just did this, so this scrapper should be trying to do this, and all of a sudden you're getting like kicked from like 20 feet away, and you're just like, oh, and you're like, yeah, I got a different kit, bitch, that kind of thing. But there's unfortunately, like I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. Personally, I feel like you should be allowed to change presets in the arena, when you're in the little gate thing. If you have enough presence of mind to be able to swap stuff fast enough while you're in the in that like pre-fight part countdown, you should be able to. And I'm pretty sure, like, especially those at the higher end will probably like it more, because there are certain builds. Like for instance, currently the way you have to build is you have to build very, if you can, you have to build very generalistic. So you might have like certain skills that you're like, man, this would be really good against a team that was like all ranged, but you can't go in with that preset, because if you go in with that preset and then you fight a team that's like all melee, you're fucked. Like you're just fucked. Like how are you gonna handle an all melee team with a preset that's specifically catered to counter range people? So that's why, in my opinion, again, you should be able to change presets while you are in that little pre-match thing. You know, that's just how it is. I feel it should be. I can't really think of a reason why you wouldn't, because you could just make it where if you swap presets, it just dispels your buffs. So, well, or you could just make it where you can't swap presets while something's on cooldown, which is, I mean, that's the way regular skill changing works. So, you know, players wouldn't be able to like buff themselves in an ability and then swap presets to something else and then go in like super juiced to the first fight. But I don't know. I feel like PvP definitely could use some loving, and I hope they get it this year. And then I hope whatever they do to it, we get it sooner rather than later, because tell you what, with them class balance changes, you know. Let's see. I think. All right. Yeah. See, we're back up to 26%. We ranked up pretty good. on the PvE level side of things. I kind of want to try to get back into this bracket, or like get into this bracket for a little bump in XP. I don't think I'll be able to get whatchamacallit. Well, actually, we'll have to see because I don't. No, it does. It's just I went up in bracket, so it gave me more. I want to see if I can make it up to this bracket because I think that's what I need to get. So I would be at 58,000. I need, okay, no, I need more. Luckily we have 2 more days. My goal is to try to get to 66,000 by reset. That's the goal. That is the goal. If we can reach that, we'll be, I think I should be able to get to, I might be able to get Supreme 4. On the following reset, which would be nice. If I don't make it, it won't really like hurt me too much, to be honest. So it's not that big of a deal if I do make it or not. It would just be nice to be able, if I could, just to have that little extra assurance. I also need to do Infinite Chaos, which I'll probably do for tier 1 and tier 2, which I'll probably do some today after stream. Oh, actually, maybe not today. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Today I need to go try to get the last couple missions for the battle pass in Apex before that that rolls over. Over here, like that. Hit you. Do this. Do that. Slap you. Slap you. Slap you. Slap you. And we're done. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. I remember when I first did this the first couple times, I would like kill it. I would see the like complete from the 50 out of 50 complete, and then I would just like Bifrost to the next location, forgetting that I have to turn the quest in before doing that. And then I'd have to like ocean line back. I'd be like, fuck. But eventually I figured out that, by the way, dumbass, you gotta go turn it in before you leave. Is it there? No, I missed it. I think it was here, and then I probably like walked up this way. No, it was there, so why the fuck didn't it hit? You son of a bitch. You cheated me out of my completion. You cheated me out of my 360 no-scope. You cheating bastard. Alright, so I should have enough time to do her Chaos Dungeons. And possibly do the Uno Dailies on the Berserker. Before having to swap. Or before having to go do Harmony. Because Harmony is really close to Rohendo. It's just that I have to leave myself enough time to Ocean Liner to Rohendo. So, probably the 53, I think. Should give me enough time. Well, no, probably the 55, because it's close to Rohendo. As long as I'm ocean lining at 55, at the 55, I should be alright. I should be alright. What? Oh my god. This is like the second time it's done that. For some weird reason, sometimes if you use a movement ability into the Phaeton Tavern, it will like put you inside, but then put you like inside of the doorway, so then it teleports you back out before you've actually loaded in. Because in case you don't know, when you're moving zones, your screen will still be black, but your character will have already finished moving, which is why, for instance, sometimes when you're like changing channels to try to kill something for like say the Shoeshire quest, you can change, and then if you hover your mouse over like say the bandits are like in this area of your screen, but someone just killed the pack. So you channel swap, and then you put your mouse cursor over here ready to kill it if it's there when you like spawn in. You'll notice that your screen will probably still be black, but then your cursor will turn into a sword icon, meaning that you can target things. Because I did that on the scrapper earlier when I changed channels. I killed the first pack basically without being able to see them because of that. And so yeah, so it's just like, so in the tavern though, unfortunately, you can probably avoid it if you just keep clicking, like just click your mouse, you know, during the load screen. But it's just a little bit of an annoyance that can happen. All right, so I want to see, does this go forward? Okay, oh, it's hard to just tell in Chaos Engines because it's such a tight area. I wanted to see if it actually goes forward or that's like a tripod or something. Because I never knew, I just didn't know that I could do that. I always thought it was, it was in place, and if you caught the person, you caught the person. If you didn't, you didn't. Alright, we're gonna do this way. Not like this, yeah, I just can't tell. There's just too much shit in Chaos Engines. You never get a moment. Oh, I know where I can test it. We can test it at the end. That's what we'll do. Because at the end, it despawns everything. So we can just test it like that and see how far it goes forward. Because I always thought it just did this, like, you know, it just ended right where you marked, because like I always use it when I'm close to something. I've never tried to like launch the tornado from a distance. It's probably something you only really would have figured out in PvP. Because you probably would have missed a couple times and you would have been like, oh, the tornado keeps going. Ooh. Oh, damn it. I thought they were gonna like meet up, right? Because they did the same charge move. But no. Also, I think I'm gonna redo. I keep having this thing where I'm like, I'll try one tripod and I'll be like, oh, this isn't bad, and then I'll like use it for a while and I'll be like, I don't like this tripod anymore, and then I'm like, I want to use a different tripod. Bye. Bye. I just do that a lot. Which is kind of one of the fun yet annoying parts of Glaivier is it kind of comes down to personal preference on a lot of stuff, and then you have this issue where you're like, you don't really have a personal preference. Well, it's kind of the opposite. You have a personal dislike for most of the stuff, but I think for chain, I swapped from swoop to another one, and I'm just like, I like swoop. I like having the extra movement. Dude, what are you doing? Dude, you're supposed to get like, you're supposed to still have move speed when you swap to the glaive stance for the buff, but I don't know if you get less move speed or what, because like you can visibly tell that you're going slower when you swap from spear to glaive. Or at least I can tell. Bro, can y'all just like die? Thank you. I need, oh, that's a misclick. here we have so we have the move speed plus the crit damage. Then we swap. Oh. Well, there we still. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I lose the move speed. Oh, you know what it might be? It might just be that. Oh shit, that was the wrong button press. I think we should still be able to get enough gauge for. Or just straight up kill everything. Alright, so this is where we're gonna do the test. Yeah, see? It just stays still. Is there a tripod or something for that? We have Blade of Tornado. Yeah, I don't know how his like kept moving forward in that PvP match. Pretty cool though. Chain slap. Alright, I can't change because it's on cooldown. Just do this then. Checkmate. Checkmate system. Dock it. Swoop, and then I'll have to look later for. I like swoop better, personally. Oh, that's why, because I don't have that. Oh, I'm level 55. I forgot. Yes, please. Thank you. I forgot that I was level 55 on this character now. So now all that's left is the striker, even though I think the scrapper is halfway to 57. I don't know, we'll see. I also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big, I find it weird that like, so Red Dragonhorn has a, whatchamacallit, has a perfect window, right? Like that's the mode it has, is the perfect window for the charging thing on its default mode. But then on top of that, it also has like reduced radius. Like, you know, you have a certain area that you can aim in. Which I understand. I take the tripod in the raid build that also further reduces it, but I feel like it's weird that the holding version, which doesn't, you could arguably say, you know, you're just holding the button down, so it doesn't really, you know, you don't have such a, like a tight window or anything to aim for, would have, whatchamacallit, would have, I guess what I'm trying to say is the way I would balance it would be like the holding mode would have the, like, you'd be like, yeah, you can hold it, so you don't have to aim for a perfect window, but you can only, like, shoot. Oh, shit. In the wrong direction. But you can only shoot it in, like, this direction, right? And then for the perfect window, it's like, well, if you can still perfect window and kind of 360 this shit, then go right ahead. Like, that's kind of my take on it, personally. At least that's how I feel it should be, kind of balanced. It's like, well, if you can do it, fuck it, why not? Because I feel like even turning it 360, you still wouldn't have like enough time to like get the perfect window and 360 it. You would basically have to like either blind do the perfect window or blind shoot for the 360 for the boss. That, or you could just be really fucking good and just a lot better at me at paying attention to like two things at once. dee da. La dee da. Oh. Anyway, it is Monday today, so that means we are almost done with the Lost Ark week. Because, you know, regular week starts on Monday, Lost Ark week starts on Thursday, because that's when our reset is. So I'm hoping that if not like Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm hoping by Thursday we know whether or not they'll commit to a May 19th release date. Because if they do, then I can kind of do the things I plan to do, which will be nice. With enough time for them to matter. But if they don't, we'll just cry. I don't know. I think it'd be pretty easy to find out because I have a feeling that... Well, actually, no, not really. They could have just extend the... Because they kind of extended the Guardian Raid event on the day it was supposed to expire anyway, so they could probably just do that again if they wanted to. I was about to say, like, it's probably, like, pretty guaranteed of the Guardian Raid event, like, expiration date stays the same, but then I just realized that, man, even the login, like, monthly login thing isn't a surefire guarantee that, that it'll be, on the 19th. Because we can all remember about April, where they all of a sudden, you know, they just gave us an extra little week because they had to, you know, the stuff wasn't going to come out that day. Oh, did I do the guild login on this character? Nope. I had to double check because I was like, I remember doing it on the Striker, but I don't remember doing it on the Glaivier. Alright. I think I should have enough time to do the Shoeshire, a daily task on the Berserker. Hopefully there won't be like a shit ton of people there at this point. Hopefully they're busy going off to their islands. Again, if you need it, Harmony Island is the island that gives pirate coins today, and I think it was 4 pay for card packs. Then you have about 10 minutes-ish before they spawn. Technically you have like 13 minutes before the event starts, but you kind of want to be there at least like 10 to 12 minutes before. But yeah, so Lagoon Isle is up now, but I don't really suggest it unless you just really need the wealth rune. I would wait till it like offers something that's not just silver. Like even if it offers card packs, it's 1,000 times better than just going for it when it offers silver. So that is kind of my my suggestion. Bro, what is it with the luck on my Berserker? I think every time my Berserker comes to do this, there's nobody here. You always just, like, I never have to change channels. I just show up and there's nobody here. You just do it, just easy peasy. Which means I'm just gonna go do the Fate once, because I didn't expect that to finish that fast. Did not expect that to finish that fast. Or at least like get the objectives completed, then I can turn them in later. Alright, where is he? Nice. That is one of the nice things when with more people doing this, I no longer have to wait for them to actually load in. People with like beefier computers than mine will do that work for me. So, hell, at this point, I could probably even fucking turn it in. This is going a lot faster than I was expecting, in all honesty. I say, you better take that away from me, buddy. Don't be rude now. Why you gotta be so rude? Oh, hey, there's a Glaivier that did the full sunset armor. I really hope they've, I don't know, I feel like that's probably my one biggest skin request right now is, I want them to give us the, whatever they're gonna do with it, of course, after the fact, but the skin system, because there's a system in the game that lets you, like, craft skins of in-game stuff, and even some non-in-game stuff, that's just there. Like, apparently there's some trade skill skins that you can do. I don't know if we'll get those. But if I'm thinking, you can also like do old dungeon gear and stuff like that for skins if you liked it. And there's some pretty good ones in there. Even with the like I would use the pants for the tier 2 stuff from the legendary tier 2 stuff, because they would go well with the noble banquet set of for the scrapper.
Come on.
The only thing is I don't think you can dye them, right? So it's not like you can take one that like the model you like and then dye it something else. I don't think you can dye them. I think like whatever color that set is, it's just gonna be that color. If you could dye them, that's even fucking better. That's like amazing. I'd be all for it. But like for instance, Berserker, I really like the mute, because there's, you know, you have the boisterous set and then the mute set for tier 2 for the legendary stuff. Out of curiosity, I crafted the armor for the mute on the Berserker the other day, and I was like, yo, this looks fucking sick. I liked it better than the boisterous set. Yeah, I just feel like I'm pretty sure strikers, if they could, would probably use the tier 2 legendary set, because that looks pretty cool too. I think it looks better than the legendary tier 3 stuff for striker. At least the armor. The weapon not so much, but the armor definitely looks better. What else? Deadeye is just fucked because like nothing he has looks good. Like I'd use like leveling. I'd craft like leveling gear if that was an option, because there's just nothing. I don't know what the hell they were thinking for Deadeye. Like you go through so many different aesthetics on a Deadeye. It's like you wear this armor set and then you look like you look like something from a naval officer. You wear this one, you look like something from like a post-apocalyptic thing. You wear this one, you look like a saccharine priest. And it's just like, bro, what is these design choices? What is this aesthetics? Man, I got half a mind to buy it. Well, I wouldn't. That's a lie. I don't have a mind for that, and especially not with the prices that it's at. I really hope that for the next Arc Pass skin or the Battle Pass skin, they give us Royal Crystal versions, because that's the one thing I will say that's my one complaint for the skins, is that they made them blue crystal instead of royal crystals, because there's royal crystal in the in Korea, well, in the other regions. Yeah, we got a cheaper Arc Pass, quote unquote, but I feel like they kind of fucked up by giving us only a blue crystal version, because with the royal crystal, the royal crystal version's always like it's gonna have a flat price attached to it, more or less, because you can sell it on the auction house and stuff like that. But with the blue crystal version, you can't sell that on the auction house, and blue crystals fluctuate so hard in price. So like for instance, if you had bought the Noble Banquet set, the blue crystal version, when it came out, when blue crystals were like 400 or a little under 4, actually I think they were like 300 something when the Arc Pass dropped, you would have only had to pay 3,000, no, 4,000 gold for it, for the chest piece alone, just by itself. Meanwhile, the what should we call it? The now if you tried to buy it, that's like 7,000 or 8,000 gold for just for the armor chest. The weapon chest is much cheaper. It's 240, so you only really need to buy 3. But even then, that's still 2,100 gold for just a weapon skin. That probably would have been cheaper if you could sell them on the auction house. I hope that for the next go around, they give us that. Because, like, for instance, I just watched a video today about the Elgatia power pass that Korea got for weapons, at least, and armors, and I'm just like, oh man, like I want the weapons, but I don't know if I'd be able to resist not getting the armors for like at least all the warrior classes I'd play by the time that comes out. Because I'm pretty sure by the time we get Elgatia, I'll probably have like one of everything. Like I might even make a paladin or something. Probably not. Probably not. Don't quote me on that. But I do plan on making a gun lancer at some point because he shares a lot of engravings with the destroyer, so it's kind of a no-brainer to kind of like have both of them on the same account. Like basically, I plan on making so destroyers. The character for destroyer is already pre-made, so that's that. I plan on making a gun lancer and then a remaining energy deathblade in the future. Specifically because all three of those classes run supercharge builds, like supercharge in their builds. Another option could be Arcana. So like these are kind of like ways you kind of save gold, right? Is you play classes that share the same like battle engravings. You could also just go with a safe bet and just go like legendary into like grudge, because everything that's DPS will use that. I feel like I'm probably gonna go grudge on my destroyer. Probably like a supercharged grudge Hammer of Wrath build. Just to get used to it. Because if you can play that and get good, like now, before the really hard stuff comes out, I feel like the better off I'm going to be. And I always felt like Scrapper was always going to be kind of like my main alt, and not my main, so I just didn't build Grudge on her. But I think Grudge will probably be the next, like, when I go 4x3, Grudge will probably be the next one I build. Is just Grudge. But yeah, so if you go like Arcana, right? So you go Destroyer, Arcana, and Gun Lancer. And if you do Transformation Scouter, all four of those classes run Barricade engravings. So if you didn't want to go Grudge, but you still wanted to save some money, you could go Legendary Barricade and use that on 4 characters, right? Because Arcana uses it, Gun Lancer uses it, Destroyer uses it, and Transformation Scouter uses it, or Machinist, whatever it's going to be called when we get it. So that's kind of like, you buy it once and then you use it on 4 different characters. That's a steal, right? Like that's how you save gold. But it's also up to you. Like for me, it's an even bigger steal because I play the weird supercharge build for Berserker's technique. So that means I have an even more classes that use it. And that's not to count any future classes coming out, right? So like for instance, gender unlocked Destroyer could use supercharged. Gender unlocked Gun Lancer could use supercharged. Gender unlocked remaining energy Deathblade could use supercharged. Like, you know, there's such a high chance for certain things to kind of pan out. Gender unlocked Arcana could use Barricade, you know. Like you have so many things that you can just like double dip on. Because like for instance, I plan on making a female Berserker when that comes out, personally. Just because it'll probably play relatively different to the regular Berserker, if any of the previous things are any indication, or any of the current gender unlocks are any indication. Like, because I mean, Pistolier Deadeye doesn't play anything like Time to Hunt, Gunslinger, Enhanced Weapon Deadeye, while having the same general like overarching theme of being able to use all 3 guns. Like Peacekeeper, you don't. Generally, from what I understand, and kind of from personal experience, I think it really doesn't work until you get high enough Judgment Conviction runes to proc them more, like almost all the time, instead of fucking once every blue moon like I do currently, because I have a green Judgment rune. You eventually get to a point where you only really use pistols and shotguns. You just go back and forth. Part of that could also be like cooldown gems. Play a pretty big part in that, because like I still don't have good. Like my Deadeye doesn't have good gems like at all. In all honesty, so I don't use him as a ruler for how Deadeye plays. To be honest, don't use me as a ruler for how Deadeye plays because first of all I'm not very good at it. In comparison to someone who's actually good at enhanced weapon, and then he's also like not very well like optimized in like gems and stuff. But because like I think I even scavenged his like tier 2 gems to send them over to the Glaivier to make her level 7s that she was using for a bit. So yeah, that's how empty he is right now. But yeah, but even then, the way enhanced weapon works is completely different from Peacekeeper because Peacekeeper gives you a specific buff depending on what stance you're in, while enhanced weapon literally just gives you extra crit rate. But they work completely differently. Like they have nothing in common aside from the fact that you can use all 3 gun stances. And then you have like I think the only character that has a kind of similar enough playstyle is Striker to War Dancer because they both have like their esoteric death blow engravings, which are pretty similar. But I mean, it still just doesn't change the fact that a lot of like War Dancer's damage just comes around having their lightning whisper go off when their roar of courage, like while their energy combustions are about to explode, kind of thing. So, or really just lightning whisper. Like I don't like Striker. I feel isn't as tied to his whisper ability as like War Dancer is, from what I understand. Because I don't play War Dancer, but from what I understand, like War Dancer's whisper gives them just straight up like I think it's like a 50% damage buff or some shit like that. While for Striker, it's literally just attack speed and crit rate debuff. So there's still definitely like differences in playstyles, and then you have the fact that you have Esoteric Flurry for Striker, while you have First Intention for War Dancer, where Esoteric Flurry lets you like machine gun out esoteric skills on a Striker, but First Intention literally means you just don't use any esoteric skills on a War Dancer. So even though they have similar playstyles in which you're just machine gunning out abilities, what abilities you're pushing is drastically different between the two. So like I have a feeling there's not going to be a mayhem engraving for female Berserker. I think we might see some sort of variation on the Berserker's technique engraving, but I don't think we're going to see a mayhem engraving. Because if we do, then what they'll probably do is they'll probably do the opposite of like, instead of like a mayhem where you're at 25% health and whatever, it's a mayhem where like you're at full health, and depending on how much HP, how full your HP is, dictates like the buffs you get and shit like that. Which would be kind of weird to play, since unless they gave female Berserker a way to generate shields, would be pretty rough to stay at like high health percentages in some of these fights. And even then, at that point, it's like, what would be the difference between that and playing the Salvation set, which is a set piece that as long as you, or a set bonus that as long as you stay above a certain percentage health, you get like a ticking damage buff on it. So I don't know. We'll see. I feel like there's a lot of options they could do for female Berserker. Be interesting to see. There's also Aeromancer. Who knows? Maybe Aeromancer is whatchamacallit, because is a supercharged character. I don't know, maybe they give maybe they turn Aeromancer into like a taunt, like, you know, give Aeromancer a taunt. Fuck it, give everybody a taunt. I don't know. We'll see. I am curious about what the new classes are, but not as curious as I am of like, as curious I am as for the new classes. I'm more curious about when we'll get like already released classes. So, which we should have more information later this month, because according to the May update reveal, they said that we were supposed to get that they are planning on giving us December roadmap later this month. Those were their exact words. So I'm imagining either the week of the May update. Well, probably not. I feel like probably like the week after the May update, we'll probably get a oh wait, no, because I need to go to Phaeton. We'll probably get a oh wait, no I don't, because I turned in the quest. Never mind. I go to New Village. So I feel like we'll probably get something on that last week of May, which I imagine is gonna have like more classes and stuff like that. So be interesting to see. But that's it for the stream. You know, if you watch the stream, thanks for watching. If you're watching this on the VOD on Twitch or on YouTube, thanks for making it this far. I appreciate it. Don't forget that I plan on this Thursday to do a big card unpacking stream. We have a shit ton as it is now. We'll get way more. We'll have like 4 legendary card packs guaranteed, at least like 45 of the from the Guardian raid event, like blah blah blah, like a lot of good stuff. It'll be, you know, there'll be a lot of card unpacking to be had. So that'll be on the 12th. And then we have just a lot of PvP for up until the 19th. That's probably what I'm just gonna be doing on stream for the most part, is just PvPing. So thanks for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one. Peace.